the distance between the voter or the gap between the voter, the executive, and the leadership. That gap is so big.
It's something you need to look at. Yeah. And I also hate to be the one to say this, but probably it is time to relook at the importance of pollsters in an election. Right. And particularly in the context of the Republic of Kenya, because I mean, this is not the first time pollsters are missing the mark on a wide scale. But in the other elections, probably you could excuse them because if they missed the mark, they missed it by 2-3%, right. And you would say they were within the margin of error then. But how do you not predict such voter apathy? Because they only said only 6%. They were saying about 6% was undecided.
6% based on this number is completely different.
And which means then, if it was 6% undecided,
yes, against
22 million registered voters, then the only people who should have not have turned out because they were undecided was about 1.32 million. For 10 million people not to show up to exercise their right to vote,
it's something to worry about.
Tells you something,
because
it's really wrong.
Let's go back and ask ourselves, is there a relationship between the voter and the politicians? Because you realize that politicians will always come to the voter towards the tail end of the term. That's when they start having that engagement. So what happens in between the first day, like today, until the 9th or another 5th year, another cycle of an election, what happens in between? The gap between the leadership and the voter is always so wide. So the relationship between the voter and the leadership is always so frosty that by the time you're coming to tell me that I should vote for you, that person who was 18 years ago already shall have clocked several years, and he or she doesn't know who the MP, the MCA, the senator, the governor, even the president, who the president is. Who are you talking to? That's the question. So the gap between the voter and the leadership is something that should be looked into. And again, public participation.
Public participation.
You know, leadership will always come, sit down somewhere, have, you know, their words final, and then drop it to the mwananchi. So mwananchi will always feel like, okay, fine, tuko na waheshimiwa hapa, so we are good to go.
And you have on your screen the IBC website, obviously showing the return of Form 34As. These are the forms that are being used to collect the presidential results. So far, it appears like you have about 4,000 polling stations remaining, and once we have that, then every person can do their individual tally, and this is even available to the members of the public. You can also go to the website, download the forms yourself. If you have a good calculator that won't give you E's and A's, then you can still calculate the results and still have the results by yourself. So it is available. And I don't know why so many people are relying on bloggers to tell them what is happening. This website is public. It is available. It depends on the speed of collation of results, but that's just it. So you can see that website. But as you mentioned it, and I'm thinking about politicians, if there is an election that is going to provide critical lessons to politicians, it's the 2022 general election.
Right.
Never again shall you assume the welfare of the people. Never again
voter are clueless.
Shall you assume that people are clueless. Never again shall you assume that it is easy to confuse the voter. Never again shall you assume that you can actually assuage the voter on the very last day of the election, or 10 days towards the election, or 15 days towards the election. Because there are those who clearly are taking a linear decision that I'm not voting. What irrespective of what you do, I'm not voting. But if you come around my place and you have got money, I will take it and I will enjoy it.
That reminds me of the language you use on the streets. Tunapeleka na rieng. Acha kuje. Acha kuje, tunapeleka na rieng. Ikifika kwa ballot, things change. There is this little animal called Form 34A that we've been talking about. It will be talked about at the Bomas of Kenya. Chebukati will be talking about Form 34A. Already we've seen 91% of Form 34A. So what is this Form 34A? It's as simple as this. This is the first form used to fill in the results of the presidential election. Now the form is filled in by a presiding officer at a polling station after completion of counting of votes. Then it's relayed to the National Tallying Center.
That is Form 34A.
That is Form 34A.
And it is important to note that the Form 34A, the results entered here in the that Form 34A, particularly in the presidential election,
yes,
that means it's the end of story.
That's
the Maina Kiai case says that the results entered on Form 34A are final.
Yes.
So there's no room even for Wafula Chebukati, the chairperson of the IEBC, to amend any.
He can't alter anything
on Form 34A.
Exactly.
His work is to collect and announce results as a returning officer for the presidential election. But in terms of amending or changing anything that appears there, and you know something very interesting, the Maina Kiai, that's why we say Kenya is a budding democracy that keeps building cornerstones around its democracy.
Yes.
Because the Maina Kiai case ended a lot of mistrust, number one, in the process, and creates what you would say a form of credibility or a semblance of credibility. Because before this form is, before you take an image of this form and post it on the IEBC portal, so that, it is captured like the way you're seeing these forms being captured, the agents of each political party must sign on this form as evidence of we were here as these votes were being tallied,
yes,
and this is exactly what my candidate got in this. And each one of them must sign, and then the last signing person is a presiding officer who will then, after that, sign, take the photo, and then relate to the IEBC.
Yes.
So it's a form of credibility in the sense that if I got 2 votes,
that's the vote will be relayed
in Kiambudia Primary School inside Mathioya constituency, it will be entered at Bomas that I actually got 2 votes, and there's no room for Chebukati to give me 20. There's no room for anybody else to amend and put 2 zeros and make them 200. That's just the
and all these forms have security codes. It's like a scratch card. Once you scratch the card, you recharge or you top up, that card is returned obsolete. So this is what happened. All the agents at the polling station, at the polling centers, will have to take a photo to verify, sign, and the presiding officer now will say, this is final. So you cannot re-enter any other Form 32, Form 34A and send it to the tallying center. That is just final. So the security features on these papers is something to admire. Now, after Form 34A, we go to Form 34B. So Form 34B, this is the form which is a collection of all forms of Form 34As from all polling stations in a constituency. Let me take that. Form 34B, this form is a collection of all Form 34As from all polling stations in a constituency.
So this one is one form generated from each constituency.
Exactly.
To mean we shall have 290 that Form 34B.
Exactly. Yes.
Okay.
Then we go to Form 34C. 34C, we started from A to B, now we are at C. This form is a collection of all Form 34Bs from the 290 constituencies. The chairman of the IEBC uses this form to tabulate all results from the entire country for the presidential election.
Okay, that's Form 34C. That means it's only one form.
Only one form.
Okay.
So this form is a collection of all Form 34Bs from the 290 constituencies. The chairman of the IBC uses this form to tabulate all results from the entire country for the presidential election. All right. So thereafter we have got different forms. Of course, we have got Form 34A for results of MPs, Form 35A, 36A for results of MCS, Form 37A for governors, Form 38B, that is, results for senators, and Form 39A for results of women representatives. And it's quite important to note that whatever will be used by Chebukati is Form 34A, 34B, 34C, just to have a control of all the numbers at the Bomas of Kenya.
It is also instructive now, coming back to the results, because it is important to that matter, to say that in every election there will be casualties.
Of course.
And we said about yesterday that it is important that as you go to the ballot to vote, for the people who decided to exercise that right, to keep in mind that your candidate could win or could lose. For example, big names have fallen, like for example, Moses Kuria, who was vying for governor in Kiambu. Even without official results being out, Moses Kuria has already conceded and said he wants to go back to private business. And so this election is definitely going to give you casualties. And there will be as many as it can be. Each one will be falling on their own time.
And you see, there's a day we had a discussion, correctly put, Kuria, that are we ready for a loss? Because each and every person was talking about 7:30, tumemaliza by 6. So what if you lose by 6:30? You get what I'm saying? So are we ready to accept that loss? Because election is an emotional event. People, right now, the palpitation across the country is so high, the pressure is so high. Who is winning, who is losing? Your favorite candidate probably did not make it past half of the votes in the respective constituencies, or even the governors, or what have you. So are we ready to accept and embrace a loss? That is something that we need to embrace. Madago alisema one day, usiweke siasa kwa roho. Kwa mapafu, use pumwait, and then you continue. Okay.
In fact, one of the places where big names have fallen, and I think that will be coming up later, and a place to look out for is Uasin Gishu County. That's a place to look out for. Uasin Gishu County is where the Deputy President, William Ruto, comes from. I'm sure Muranga will also give you a hint of what is happening there. But those results will be coming in later. But at least according to provisional results, it appears like kuna watu wameumia kidogo.
The tendency of Kenyans, we tend to vote people out. We vote people out, elected leaders. For those who survived 2 or 3 terms, must be so lucky. And there is a secret behind it. There's a secret behind it. If you have that connection between you and the voter, then you're assured of having some long term in the legislative assemblies. So if you're waiting until 9 months to an election, then you start engaging Kenyans, this is what will happen. Big names will fall even in 2027. We're talking about 2027 already?
Yeah, we're talking about 2027 because we're done with the election of August. What remains now is the results. But of course, if there's no clear winner, the outright winner, 50+1 constitutional threshold, we will go back to the poll for a rerun. If the Supreme Court, if there's any challenge to the person who wins this 50+1, if there will be any, and then there's a challenge in the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court finds that the election was not conducted procedurally, we go back to the election in 60 days. So there's that too. But assuming we get a clear winner in this election, and even if there's a challenge in the Supreme Court, the win is upheld, that means by yesterday we were done with elections, and we're not going back there again until 2027, other probably than by-elections that will come, which are automatic. By-elections will be in. Between now and 2027, we'll do several by-elections. But I'm looking forward to a contest and the shaping of a contest in Homa Bay. I'm interested in Homa Bay. I'm interested in the results in Siaya. I'm interested in the results in Kirinyaga. I'm also interested in the results in Kiambu, and also interested in the results in Kilifi. And you ask why? Because, for example, in Homa Bay County, it's a battle of titans between former governor for Nairobi, Evans Kidero, and Gladys Wanga of ODM. And we have had some factional wars in Homa Bay, particularly pitting both of them, Gladys Wanga and Evans Kidero. In Siaya, Nicholas Gumbo, engineer, the former Ariada MP, and senior counsel James Sorengo, a right-hand man for Raila Odinga. It's quite an interesting contest there. You go to Kirinyaga, it's a battle of 2 ladies. You have Anne Waiguru of UDA, an independent candidate, Purity Gereshi, and quite a number of men also, Joseph Ndadi and Charles Kibiro. In Kiambu, quite a number of candidates.
Exactly.
A huge number of candidates. But titans, for example, William Kabogo, Wainaina Jango, Senator Kimani Wamatangi. You also have Moses Kuria, who has already conceded defeat. So it's quite interesting to see who wins in this election. And finally, in Kilifi. Gideon Mungaro and Aisha Jumwa. I think it will be interesting to see.
See.
And George Keith.
Before we go to Jen, you know, we've been talking about elections, go out there and vote, you know, exercise the democratic right and what have you. JJ, did you vote?
Yes, I did.
Where's the exhibit?
How do I show it?
The ink.
I haven't.
No, show me your finger. Jen, take it away.
All right, now as these two continue to figure out who has the evidence of who voted, just to remind you that this is real-time information as per our count. And as you can see, these figures have already jumped up. When we were starting the program, Deputy President William Ruto had 52.54%, and right now it's 52.60%. And as we were starting, it was at 217,722. This figure has jumped to 236,625. Raila Odinga as well, the number of votes that have been tallied in his favor have jumped to 210,342 from 193,979, putting him at 46.76%. That is the same for Jakoya. He had 1,779 votes when we were starting this program, and right now he is at 1,901%, putting him at 0.42%. And David Maure, he started off at 879 votes, and currently almost 100 votes up, he is at 974 votes. And again, these are provisional results. IEBC has the final say, and what they declare officially remains to be the final results. So this is what we have as KBC Channel 1. And just to remind you, the counting is not yet completed. Only a number of constituencies have submitted the final results, and that is what has been made public, and we are keeping our own tally as the national broadcaster. But we will keep updating these figures to keep you up to date with the latest figures as and when they do come in. Hashtag Kenya Decides 22 does continue here on this national broadcaster. Carrier. All
right, thanks, Jane. That is as far as it goes. We continue monitoring the numbers and collecting these results. As you would imagine, it's not a very easy task, but we are on top of things to ensure we have the results as they continue to trickle in from the board, from the IBC website. You can tell it's about 4,000 polling stations that are yet to report, and I understand Mandera and Wajir probably have reported the list of the polling stations. Another place that you need to look out for, Victor Olo, is Trans Nzoia and Bungoma, particularly the supremacy contest between Defence CS Eugene Wamalwa and Moses Wetangula. So who finally becomes the roaring lion on that end? In Trans Nzoia, you have quite a contest between Chris Wamalwa of Ford Kenya and former Rift Valley Regional Commissioner George Natembeya. In Bungoma, former Speaker of the Senate Ken Lusaka and Wycliffe Wangamati, the incumbent. Quite a contest there. We want to see who roars between Wamalwa and Wetangula.
Exactly, and that's a supremacy battle, because remember Wetangula promised that they would deliver Western to the UDA wing, and he had a lot of work, so to speak, a lot of work to do in that part of Western Kenya. With George Natembeya, he was basing his campaigns on the gains that he's made in the larger Rift Valley, you know, when he was the boss there, police boss. But then now we have got Chris Wamalwa, who is also a seasoned politician in that particular county. These are two heavyweights, so to speak, from in their own right. But then, as you said, who is going to have the last laugh in those particular counties? Now, Defense Secretary, that's Eugene Wamalwa. And remember, now he's the boss of DAP Kenya. And you have...
Patron, you would say.
Patron, so to speak. And you... DAP Kenya is not so old in that particular region.
It's a new party.
It's a new party, so to speak. How is it going to be for the legislator as a CS? You are campaigning to have MCAs, members of county assembly, or even other elected positions across the country. I have a feeling Chris Wamalwa had a lot of work to do. to shift the base and the tide in that particular area. Because when you talk about Ford Kenya in Western Kenya, you talk about the late Kijana Wamalwa of Ford Kenya, going back way to the days of Jaramogi Oginga Odinga, their push and pull between Raila Odinga again and James Orengo, way back in the years. DAP Kenya coming to Bungoma County, few months to an election, was a big test. But as you said, let's wait and see how it's going to pan out.
Let's wait see how the election results will pan out there. Another interesting contest is in Meru, where you have Governor Kiraitu Murungi. His once ally now turned foe, that is Mithika Linturi. And you also have the current woman representative, Kawira Mwangaza. It's another interesting contest you want to watch. I don't think there was really a contest in Embu County between Cecily Mbarire and her opponent, because I understand she's doing very well in that contest. But the Meru one is one you would really want to watch. If you go to Kwale, for example, the contest between Hamadi Boga, who has been a principal secretary in President Kenyatta's government, and Fatuma Achani, the current deputy governor for Kwale, is something also interesting. It's a contest, again, you also want to watch and see how that fares. I don't know whether you're interested in any other contest in counties?
I'm trying to look at Nairobi.
Nairobi.
Where we are.
Yes.
Sakaja and Igade, the two gentlemen. This is where we are. This is where we are. It's been on the limelight for quite some time, but it all fizzled out. How is it going to pan out?
But it appears like Sakaja has already called results for himself, claiming a win. Of course, those are not news we can verify at this particular point. But he has called the election.
We have the social media pollsters.
Obviously, the only person who can call the election is the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commissioner. We'll wait for the final announcement on who exactly has taken the contest in the Nairobi gubernatorial position, but not just in the gubernatorial position, because Millicent Omanga and Esther Passaris in the position of woman rep.
Absolutely.
Both of them appear very upbeat about the prospects of becoming the next woman representative for Nairobi. It's another contest again. We'll be looking forward to see how it pans out in Nairobi. In Machakos, Wavinya Ndeti and Zioka Waita. A very interesting contest there.
Let's move from Machakos and head to Nakuru County. Lee Kinyanjui and Susan Kihika. A tough battle there between the two front runners. Likely to see who is going to emerge a victor there. And just coming to Langata constituency, on social media and online pollsters, Nixon Korir, and journalist, radio host, Felix Udur, a.k.a. Jalango.
Is a comedian.
Exactly. How is it?
A radio host.
How is it? People talk to us.
Because we really can't rely on whatever is being posted on social media, because particularly on the blogging end, it is who pays the piper calling the shots. We don't know just yet, but of course we'll be looking at that contest, because I understand that those who called it in favor of Nixon Korir, but we will be seeing what happens, particularly because there were the two front runners, Nixon Korir of UDA and Felix Odiwar, alias Jalango, of ODM party. The contest was between both. We'll see how that also pans out in that is Langata. There's a contest in Kitui between Julius Malombe and the former Senator David Musila. When Raila Odinga visited Kitui for campaigns and announced that Charity Ngilu would withdraw from the contest in Kitui, he endorsed Julius Malombe of Wiper as Azimio's gubernatorial candidate in Kitui. 2 weeks later, actually I think a month later, after Raila Odinga had left Kitui, Ngilu, just 2 weeks ago, went on a public podium to say that in this election, I am not supporting Malombe. And this is, the supremacy contest between Ngilu and Kalonzo that has lasted for quite some time. And Ngilu is throwing her weight financial muscle behind David Musila of a Jubilee Party. David Musila is the former senator. He was once chairperson of Wiper. They fell out with Kalonzo. And now is running on a Jubilee Party ticket as governor for Kitui. Whether the way Ngilu's weight will influence a win for David Musila, or things will remain constant and Kitui will toe the line of Kalonzo Musyoka.
Yes.
It's quite an interesting contest you want to see shaping.
Absolutely. And probably Jen would give us statistics of what happened in 2017 in Kitui County, where Musila was there. We had the Malombe.
Then as an independent.
As an independent. So probably Jen can give us...
And Malombe was the Wiper candidate. Jen will be giving us those statistics.
Later on.
But of course, she gets to Kitui and the 2017 starts, Makueni. The races between Wipers, Mutula Kilonzo Jr. and independent candidate Patrick Musimba. Quite a contest also there shaping up. Patrick Musimba of Kibwezi West is quite a strong candidate, but then you have probably the politics of Wiper also playing out and panning out because Mutula Kilonzo Jr. is supported by Wiper. Being the Ukambani region, whether it will toe the line of Kalonzo Musyoka is the biggest question today. Patrick Musimba appears to enjoy some support from Governor Kivutha Kibwana, who is the party leader of Muungano Party, and the outgoing governor now wants to become senator in the county of Makueni. Quite interesting contest there in Makueni as well as in Kitui. So the three Ukambani counties, Machakos, Kitui and Makueni are quite an interesting race happening there, and that is something we need to look out for. I don't know whether Jen still has Kitui, not just yet. Once she has Kitui, we'll talk about it.
All right.
And see how the results are planning out.
Much as that is happening, something is happening on a rather sad note. Didmus Baraza. According to the police report, which was recorded at the community police station, where it said that, Didmus Baraza allegedly was in a confrontation with his opponent, and there's some fatalities there. And now police is looking for Didmus Baraza. We are not so sure whether he surrendered yet, but it said that there was a confrontation, according to the police report, that the incident occurred when Brian Khaemba, who is seeking to unseat the legislator, went to Chibukwabi polling station to witness at around 6 p.m. And a few minutes later, he decided to go back to his vehicle, and report has it that Didmus Baraza withdrew his firearm, aimed at his aide, who is also called Brian, again, and shot him on the forehead. He was later rushed to the Kimilili sub-county hospital for treatment, but he succumbed.
He didn't make it.
I think that's the only isolated case that we are able to report so far, as far as this election is concerned, and it's quite unfortunate, so to speak.
There is an election this morning because of a gunfight you heard in Laitest, Wajir County. There is an election this morning happening in Laitest constituency of Wajir. The IBC announced yesterday that election exercise would happen today. So clearly, we are on top of things again in Laitest to see how that exercise goes. But that is also another incident of, a level of violence or crime that went on into this election. The gunfight at Laitest in Wajir County.
All right. It's now 7 minutes past 7 a.m. We have just studied yet. Remember, we have our reporters across the country. They'll be giving us an update on what is happening from respective constituencies, wherever they are. But as you said, the biggest focus today shifts to the Bomas of Kenya. The speed at which the results will be trickling in at the Bomas of Kenya will now inform the state of IBC announcing the final results. Remember, IBC has 7 days as per the constitution to announce the presidential winner and finally hand over the certificate to who the winner would be. But then, that as it may, right now things are still still too early to speak on who will carry the day from each particular elective position, whether an MCA, member of parliament, woman representative, call it. So online pollsters, you are allowed to do your job, but the final word will remain with Chebukati at the end of the day.
All right. Still going back to counties to look at where the contest is, because sometimes we obsess a lot with the presidential election and forget there's another contest shaping up somewhere across the country. In Isiolo, for example, you will remember that the current governor, Mohamed Kuti, out of health reasons, decided he's not going to run again and endorsed the Matopeni ward MCA. Matopeni is in Nairobi County. Endorsed the Matopeni ward MCA to run for governor in Isiolo. And you also have some horse trading happening there. The UDA candidate drops in favor of an independent candidate. And therefore, you have the coalition of some sort between a UDA candidate and an independent candidate now to face the Jubilee Party candidate. And I think there's another candidate still who has dropped out to support the Jubilee candidate. So you have two governor candidates dropping their bids to support these two because they appear to be the strongest. And I'm talking about the Jubilee candidate who is the Matopeni warden, has been the majority leader in the national in the Nairobi County Assembly against the former governor for Isiolo. In Kilifi, quite a titanic battle between Simbarati. There is the Jubilee candidate who is the former CS for transport, Chris Obure. Samongeri, is Samongeri in the race?
Yes. Samongeri is in Kilifi County.
Of DAPK, Kenya Party. Those are some of the top candidates. Also, there is Manson Oyongo and these UDA candidate there, Machogu. Yeah, Machogu. Machogu. The
Kilifi County had around 7-8 candidates. And yeah, it will be an interesting bit to see how, because remember, Simbarati came from Dagoretti North as a member of parliament to Kilifi. And
he has clearly upset the math there.
Yeah, And it's quite interesting because he started his political career as a nominated councillor. When he was nominated by Raila Odinga, he was a nominated councillor in Nairobi. Then he rose through the ranks, went to Dagoretti North, clinched the ticket, but said, you know what, I'm of age, so mzee wacha nitoke kwa boma niende nikajenge yangu. And that's how you get your wings and you fly away, which is quite important. All right.
In the neighboring Nyamira, you have Walter Nyambati of UDA and the deputy governor in Nyamira, that is Nyaribo, who was actually the deputy governor. Is not the deputy governor right now. He's the governor. Obviously, after the death of the former Nyamira governor, the DG took over, and therefore the contest right now is between Walter Nyambati and DG, or rather Governor Nyaribo in Nyamira County. In West Pokot, the professor of mathematics, that is John Nonyangapuo,
meticulous.
Faces quite a contest. He says he's meticulous.
Meticulous.
Yeah. He's facing quite a stiff competition from Simon Kachapin, who has been a CAS in President Kenyatta's government, and he is the immediate former governor for West Pokot. An interesting battle shaping up there. In Bomet, the first chair of the Council of Governors, Isaac Ruto, is seeking to recapture his seat and wrestle it from Hilary Barchok. Hilary Barchok was the deputy governor to Joyce Laboso after the unfortunate death of Joyce Laboso. Definitely Barchok took over the reins of power in Bomet, and you would say he is the incumbent and quite facing some stiff competition from Isaac Ruto, the first chairperson of the Council of Governors and the first governor of Bomet County. And so is Tana River, also very stiff competition happening in Tana River.
Curia, social media. Hey, sikuna pressure huko.
Ya nini?
People are, I don't know what's happening. Guys, wait for Chebukati to announce these things.
There are people who didn't sleep last night as they were trying to monitor events.
Is there pressure huko?
Pressure ukijiua nayo sasa.
Shida ya kwako. This and that, relax.
Shida ya kwako.
Relax.
It is important that, that people maintain their sanity. And I don't think social media is going to help you.
I look at social media, somebody's waking up, all right, sasa ikoaje, you know.
And you know every side is claiming a win, yeah?
Exactly.
Yeah, each side has claimed a win. Says we are headed for this thing. Some say it's a blue wave, others say it's a yellow wave.
Yeah.
And that's the nature of politics.
That's the nature of politics.
Yeah, but Mr. Makweli ni Chebukati.
Yeah. Kenyans consume politics. We consume politics. And it's quite interesting to see that young people are also starting to embrace politics. But it doesn't translate to the voting process, because people would actually say, why vijana mko wapi? Lakini during the political rallies unasikia vijana oye, vijana that, vijana this, vijana that, but then vijana when it comes to the actual exercise, no show.
Yeah,
anyway.
And it has been proven. There's empirical evidence to point towards the youth really getting detached completely from politics. You can see the number of young men who registered in the last exercise. And never forget that the registration of voters is a continuous process.
Yes.
That begins almost immediately after one election is over.
Yeah.
It's a continuous process. So you can imagine for 5 years, the number of youths that registered as new voters was quite negligible.
Yeah.
And you can also see, even yesterday, the number of young men and women who came out to participate in the election was quite negligible, and it's a pointer to a lot of problems. And that means the incoming administration and the incoming leaders must prioritize, first of all, the welfare of the young people, so much so that they can get interested in issues of governance. Because if they're not interested in governance, and you have the largest population in Kenya consisting of the youth, then you're saying you have a very comfortable population that is disinterested in governance, and that is very dangerous for a country. And those issues came out yesterday during the election, and it was not a surprise anyway.
It was not a surprise, but you know what really happened? The youth might not understand the value of election or politics as at now until they get to a certain age, when their demands, political demands and democracy and rights and governance is required. That's when they'll start talking about, we need what kind of leaders? We need to elect what kind of leaders? But then now, as it now, their interest is completely different. What they need, what they aspire. A youth would say, I'm just fresh from campus. I'm looking to settle down. I'm looking to settle, to get a job, settle my life, align my future, and completely delink or detach themselves from politics. But it comes to a time when everything now starts to make sense, that you are a Kenyan, you're a taxpayer, and you need to make that democratic decision. That is when your voice or that desire to participate in an elective position or participate in a democratic exercise kicks in. As at now, things are different. Let me just be, we're still on TikTok, we're still on WhatsApp and lip syncing here and there, and doing all manner of things on social media.
But think about it, even lip syncing and the stuff you're talking about, at the end of the day, they're bringing a coin or two to these young men through popularity on social media, stuff like that. I mean, if we invest government money and resources towards this end, I'm sure, first of all, even as they TikTok, lip sync and do whatever they want to do, they will still be interested in governance.
Look at the number. How many people are getting a coin or two out of social media?
It may not be as huge, but it's a new market.
You must have numbers. You must have numbers. You have like around 500,000. Why don't you translate those numbers or your followers to a certain candidate? Anyway, story for another day.
Very interesting, Pastor. We'll go back to that in a bit. But for now, let's connect with Timotheo Kipnusu, who is on standby in Western Gishu County. Timothy Kipnusu, good morning. What's the latest from the county?
County Governor, Many thanks indeed, my colleagues JJ Kioria, Victor Olo, and Jen Wamboi back there at the broadcasting house in Nairobi. Yes, indeed, I'm still pitching camp here in Uasin Gishu County, the county number 027, just to understand the process of tallying of votes, and at Rift Valley Technical Training Institute. This is the Anakoi Constituency Tallying Center. As you can see behind me, the exercise of tallying of the votes from this particular constituency is ongoing. We have made to understand this particular exercise has been very slow. As we speak, some of the polling stations are still bringing in the ballot boxes that involve the casting of the votes from those particular tallying, those particular stations. And earlier on, I was in a Turbo Constituency Tallying Center, that is Uasin Gishu Primary or High School, and of course also the process is still continuing. It is very slow. Remember, Turbo Constituency is one of the constituencies that has the highest number of those that are registered as voters, 120,202. And just to paint a picture about this particular process, my colleague, a senior reporter, that is Eric Biegon, has been pitching camp in this particular constituency, and he understands so many issues that are happening here. What do you make of this exercise, Biegon, bearing in mind that Kenyans are waiting different parts of the country to get to understand what is happening with the counting of votes or tallying of the votes?
First, Kipnoso, I think we should apologize to our viewers, because when we came here at 3 a.m., we told them that most likely we would be having a recurrency in flow of results, but you notice that since 3 a.m. we haven't had so much since we gave that update. And even when you look back right now, we have the returning officer here for INAB Koi Constituency Tallying Center, and basically they are getting so busy now because even though we had anticipated that at that time they were going to be busy to giving us results delayed a bit, and then now from I think around 30 minutes ago, then they started coming in, and now they are updating. They are now announcing new results that are coming from various polling centers. Like for example, in this constituency with 125 polling stations, only 25 have made it to the tallying center. That tells you we have 100 more polling stations to go. And imagining from midnight to morning, having done 25, you can imagine how many hours we will need to do another 100 polling stations. In essence, Kipnus, what I'm saying is we will still be here waiting to hear from the IEBC, getting those verification forms as to where we are currently in Uasin Gishu as far as the election that was done yesterday is concerned. So it is so hard to say where we are at the moment, but like we gave an update at around 3 a.m. we spoke to officers from the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission, and they did confirm that going by the flow of information from the results they had received, then it shows that turnout here in Uasin Gishu is between 73 and 75%. But results will give us a clear picture, which, as you see, from 25, we do not have enough.
And perhaps also all eyes are focused on those candidates who are vying this particular election. Of course, we understand William Chepkoti is one of the candidates in this particular constituency who is trying to defend his seat, and of course also the gubernatorial position. What do you make of the results? Already we know, we understand that some of the incumbents have not made it based on the provisional results, and bearing in mind that this is the political bedrock of William Samoei Ruto.
Yeah, it's important that you mention that this is the political bedrock of Deputy President William Ruto. Ruto is going for presidency, and of course, going higher means the stakes are very high, and so he has upped the game, unlike the previous elections in 2013 and 2017, where we had a bit of independent candidates having their way. This time he has urged the supporters, look, I'm going for the highest office. I also need people to back me up. That is in the Senate, that is in the National Assembly, which includes members of Parliament and bringing on board members of the National Assembly, including the women rep. So what we are seeing here is a trend where the message by the DP to have UDA candidates voted for in this region resonating well. I think the supporters here have backed the sentiments by the DP that we need candidates primarily from UDA in Parliament, and that is a trend here. We've seen candidates like Chep Kut, who was the incumbent member of Parliament here. He isn't doing so well. We may see Chep Konga coming back. Remember, he was defeated by Chep Kut, who stood on an independent ticket. So, by and large, the stakes were upped a bit, given that Deputy President William Ruto is no longer going for that position, just going for the highest position and urging his supporters that I need people to back me up. Then independent candidates may not have so much in this race.
And very important that you've mentioned, because remember, just before the deadline of the election, the Kenya Kwanza Brigade launched an onslaught on the independent wave, bearing in mind that the last year's general election, there are a number of them made it to Parliament. And as we're speaking, the current member of Parliament in the hometown of William Samara Ruto, Janet CTNA, is on the lead based on the provisional results. And also very important to notice that the independent candidate who made it in the last year general election, that is Swarap Mishram from nearby constituency, that is Kases constituency, from the provisional results also, it's like he has been knocked out from this particular race. And very important to note, Jane Victor, together with Kioria, is that this constituency in Koi, or rather Keses, Kapseret, of course, we also have Moiben and Tarbo, the sixth constituency here in Western Gishu County. We will begin, or Kenyans will begin to understand how William Ruto will be faring in this particular election. And of course, William Ruto, who is the Kenya Kwanza flag bearer, he set the pace by waking up very early in the morning at 6 a.m. and cast his vote in Kosachei Primary School. Remember, he is number 491 according to the register of the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission. And to have a feel of the situation here, I want to engage the returning officer just to get to tell us about how the exercise is going on, how the process is going on, and how much time is we are going to wait to get the results. But I meant to understand he's a bit busy now. We will engage her later once she is done with the exercise of announcing the results. And therefore, my colleague JJ Kioria, together with Victor Olo and Jen Wamboi, we will be telling you when she is ready to talk to us. Remember, it will be very nice for us to hear from her in regards to the preparation or the announcement of the results, or tallying of the results here in Anapkoi constituency. In a bit, I will be heading to Tarbo constituency, that is Wanzengeshu High School, the constituency tallying center for Tarbo, the constituency for William Samuel Arap Ruto. But from us here, our senior reporter, Eric Biogon, I, Timothy Gipnoso, together with my cameraman, Jotham Batia, it's back to you in studio, Victor Lo, JJ Kioria, and Jane Wamboi.
Describe the mood of residents in this county. Obviously, knowing the stakes involved, that Deputy President William Ruto comes from this county and is a major stakeholder in this election. How is the mood in Eldoret?
Kioria, the mood in this particular area is everything is going on as usual. It's like people are becoming mature as time goes by. There's no anxiety. There's just a bit of anxiety of waiting to understand how the results pans out. But people are actually continuing with their businesses. We've been in before we came here in Rift Valley Technical Training Institute. It is actually not far from where I was. That is a terrible constituency tiling center at the Watsingisho. Everything is quite well. The only thing is that people are kept waiting to understand the fate of a number of leaders who were in this race in this particular county.
All right, thank you very much. Timothy Kipnusu, we'll be coming back to you later, obviously, to give us an update on some of the results you're talking about, including in Moiben, Tarbo, as well as Keses and the other constituencies inside Uasin Gishu County. Thank you for now. Let's move this a bit and, talk about the election as it has panned out so far. And in studio, I'm joined by Justice Juma, the party leader of the Justice and Freedom Party, and he's a presidential aspirant, no candidate. Aspirant.
Right.
Justice Juma, good morning.
Good morning, my brother.
Welcome to the show.
Thank you so much.
Obviously, as we wait for the results, to continue trickling in, let's talk about what we have seen, the trend that emerged yesterday, and we start with the low voter turnout. What do you think occasioned the low voter turnout?
Actually, if I was to compare with the previous voter turnouts, this so far, based on the IEBC tally as per yesterday, I think this would be the lowest if it remains at 56, because the last time we were around 50, that was in 2002. 2002 is when we were around 57, and by then we had issues with the Moi dictatorial regime. Actually, that's the vote that took Moi home, and the political environment or terrain was not fair. It was not clear. It was not transparent, and of course there were issues that led to various voters keeping off, and that repeating now reveals a lot on the management of the electoral process, because again we also have to give scorecard to managers. And if you're performing well, fair enough. If you are not performing well, we know there are grades that you need to join a university, or a grade that you need to join a college. But of course, we are comparing it also vis-a-vis the cost of the election that we're having in this country, because Kenyan election happened to be one of the most expensive elections, maybe globally, if I'm to compare, because this election is costing us about 22 billion, because 21.7 billion is a lot of money, with human resource mounting to over 600,000. With
actually, the IBC said to conduct a credible election, they need 41 billion shillings. Well,
there's an election cycle, because election is not an event. Election is a process, and by the moment we are entering such or bearing such fruits, when a tree is growing, you see how a tree is growing. You can't bend a grown tree. The best moment to bend a tree is when it is young, when it's growing. And this is the same as IBC that we've even given proposals. We've even proposed that electoral period doesn't have to be necessarily be one day, because there are various circumstances that can inform those who are turning out. The weather terrain and the economic situation. This is one period where, actually the globe has gone through serious pandemic tribulation and economic recession. And then most of Kenyans voters happen to have registered in safe zones, which normally happens to be the rural areas. Actually, some might have just been economic circumstances, but I would not link it entirely just to economic circumstances. I can link it up.
Let me cut you short just a bit, so we head over to Kakamega and listening to Judith Akolo and what is happening in Lugari. Akolo. All right, that's the Lugari constituency. They're done with the tallying, and I think this is now returning the ballot boxes to the constituency tallying center. It appears like the results from Lugari constituency are done, and so this is returning the ballot boxes to the constituency tallying center. Lugari is in Kakamega County, and that's as far as it is. And you can see there, police really in charge alongside IBC officials, and they will be taking this material to the constituency tallying center. This is Lugari constituency. So we were talking about turnout and what led to the low voter turnout.
Their consistency.
Yes.
Because we had issues with even voter registration. IBC barely met half of its target, and the reasons why they barely met half of its target it came clearly because of lack of effective voter education and voter engagement. This apathy has been continuous. So by the time he's manifesting even the general election, by now we should take notice or cognizant. We should be cognizant of this. And as a political player, active political player, and understanding the political terrain, I would also associate it also based on the connection with the voters. We have had various voting patterns. There are seasons when our voting, and I think some people have also used that entirely, and then maybe they are reaping from it heavily. There are those who have used tribal tagline. And we are having a generation which may not really buy into tribe. We are having a generation whose parents may be coming from across all these tribes, and then it's very difficult to divide them and repoint them in whichever direction. But also they are woken up to the global community. They understand the issues, the dynamics that are affecting them. These are a very informed community. And based on how you handle them, based on how you connect with them. And actually, those are some of the things that were inspiring our candidacy, because we feel that there is a disconnect with the change quest that certain quarters are pushing, and this is in line with the interrogation of their manifesto. We felt that they are missing out, especially in connection with our generation. And since we were not longing or feeling to let our generation slip away, we have presented ourselves actively, and of course we faced whatever we faced, but still I'm convinced that there are no proper issue-based connection with a specific cadre of...
So you're saying Kenyans didn't have choices in this election?
Chebukati choices did not inspire voters.
Okay. Victor, according to Justice, the choices available did not inspire voters.
It's quite interesting because he was one of the presidential candidates. The far he went informs a lot in the democratic space that we enjoy as a country. But then let me just ask, excuse me, the failure in the Kim's kit, 200 of them, some would say that that is a very small number, so to speak. But when you look over 200 numbers of Kim's kits that failed across the country, and the number of polling stations that also are waiting to transmit the results, would you say that this is something that should be wished away and say that was just given, it was a small number?
Well, I think some people would like to be lenient. Some people will also not love to have perfection. And people will be like, IBC guys are human beings. And then, Victor, my argument would be, what is the situation, or what is at stake? Political aspiration, actually, to some of us, is a profession and is a dream. And the moment such negligence can kill your dream, I think, to me, somebody must be held accountable. And if you have a referee and you're playing in the field and this referee keep on making mistakes, even when they are glaring, what do? You can't just keep continuing and saying just let him just give the other team a penalty just because of his mistake. Referee's mistake is referee's mistake, and players' mistakes are players' mistake. By the way, the measures that we've been taken through. If Malcolm X was alive, he would say chicken have come home to roost because these guys have treated us with rigor such that even if you miss an iota or a comma, some of us candidacy were declined because my format for soft copy, supporters list soft copy.
Signatures or supporters?
A signature of supporters list,
okay.
It needed to be in a specific format, which actually was not even disclosed, was not in the constitution. Somebody just said that this is the format, which we were meeting that day. And we were like, fair enough, let's revisit and redo it the same. And subsequently, we had all manner of gymnastics and unorthodox declarations which were not constitutional, and as we talk today, actually are litigatable. And we've seen also by the trending result, even as we stand, High Court already sent us to this election with a notification that the nomination process was unconstitutional. So when we see those blatant failures, especially on Kim's kit, which has costed us money.
Yeah.
Kim's kit are quite complex compared to our electronic devices. Victor, how comes your phone never fail when you are trying to get to WhatsApp? You're getting to your app, and then even e-citizen account. Even if you just want to apply for your driving license, these things have been serving us. M-Pesa serves us. And if you look at the cost of the infrastructure, the electoral infrastructure that we've invested in is way more expensive than these other platforms that we're using. How comes these platforms functions, but this one intentionally never work at certain given moment? Because these guys had this team case. We did a pre-run, isn't it?
Yeah.
And we were certain, and they confirmed that all these gadgets, they even had backup. And the moment we go down to the field, Wajakoya goes there and he can't even find himself in the Kim's kit. UDA, which, Kenya Kwanza, who had been drumming up for electronic voting, their deputy finds himself is not in the same Kim's kit, and then they end up voting manually. I think, to me, even if it's negligent, the level of negligence that is coming out by now, to me, I feel people must start taking responsibility.
Do you think it was deliberate? Because there's negligence and then there's deliberate. Because the Kim's kit in every election have proven not to be reliable. Because in 2017, we had the same issues where it failed massively. Yesterday, a bit of failures of the Kim's kit. Sometimes it points to a pattern of being deliberate. Actually, let's take us back to 2017 election. Supreme Court, Maraga Supreme Court vindicated us. And Maraga, with my challenge to Maraga was he failed to give direction for certain individuals who led to infiltration and irregularities that were cited. Let me tell you, to date, these guys have not been brought to book. And funny enough, it means they are still there. In the IBC.
They are still there. We've not seen anybody fired except Akombe and our dear friend, may he rest in peace, who lost his life. But the rest of the other guys, apart from the other commissioners who maybe were forced to resign or stuff like that, they are still there. Chebukati is the same old.
CCK, CAK.
Well, the CEO and a few commissioners left, but the chairman and his team. Let me tell you, the electoral management is not being done by just the commissioner and the CEO. It's done by the managers. We have managers there who are same old, using the same unorthodox practices. Actually, as a presidential aspirant, at some point, I was receiving calls from managers, operation managers, who are not even returning officer. You know, the moment you are dealing with the returning officer, you get directives and you communicate. The returning officer communicates to you directly. In this case, I was receiving calls from even some quarters who I was even asking, who are you? if Chebukati has a communication to make to me, let him do it in writing or through my email or call me directly. But any other quarter just jumping and giving instructions, another very, very serious critical instructions. To a point that he's saying that your date with the returning officer has been cancelled. And I'm like, the returning officer could have even given me reasons and compared, relayed with me, and even seek to re-advise on when should it occur or if it's cancelled. But somebody tells you, no, he just cancelled. And then, can he talk to me? He cannot. Until I insisted and took myself, then sat with Chebukati. That's when I realized that some of these guys are the ones who are conducting these unorthodox practices. They are the infiltrators. They are the persons who are conducting illegalities. And if we fail, and I'm saying this out of good faith, because any democracy, good democracy is prerequisite to good economy. Yes. And economic effect that this country is going through, or economic aspiration that we would all desire, we all desire an economic environment where all of us are free and independent. All right. An economic environment where we can also be equal in the global community. My friends, Kenya to date, we are importing even food. Can you imagine we're importing 80% of our domestic food consumption, which actually was not even there during Moi's time. During Moi's time, we were importing only 20% to mitigate the deficit. And today, we can't even have food security. Failure to have food security, forget about even talk about national security or foreign policy. Your citizens become so vulnerable. And this is why good democracy is a prerequisite to a good economy. So if we cannot address our democracy, which to me, I emphasize and believe that it is a process. And this process is also going to lead to 2027 election. So if we don't address these things and tackle them head on, we must look into the eye of IEBC and tell IEBC that they must take full responsibility and they must be held to account for this glaring negligence that are occurring in their hand.
All right. Okay.
27, and we have to correct some of the the mistakes that happened yesterday or even the past. But the question of democracy and governance, the gap between the voter and the leaders, and then the issue and the aspect of trust. Let me ask you, how are we going to bridge the gap between governance and democracy? Because you want to tell the Mwananchi to go and vote. Once they've voted the leaders, then the governance aspect now delinks itself from democracy. Where do we get it wrong?
Victor, my friend, there are jurisdictions where voting is mandatory, and failing to vote amounts to a criminal offense.
Are we there yet?
Well, there are various countries which have such laws. Yes, are we there yet or not? Constitutionally, the sovereign power belongs to the citizen, which we donate after every 5 years. And the end of 5 years is every second Tuesday of August. Of the previous general election, which expired yesterday. As we talk today, that power that we delegated, even the current power that the president is having, are called incumbency powers. And there are certain powers that he cannot right now, act on, because the power belongs to the people. But for many reasons and periods, those who power are donated to have acted and have captured this power. I heard some people, forgive me, I'm not referring to the state capture in the other context, but there are individuals who have taken over the citizens' sovereignty and they've redirected them to their own personal interest, whether it is business empires, whether it is family interest, whether it is colonial interest. Because, Victor, again, the challenges that Africa is facing today is a lack of proper leadership. Africa is taken over or has been abused by dealership, and this is dealership from either the East or the West, who are using certain individuals and manipulating them to sacrifice African resources at the altar of all the Western deals. And these are the individuals who are hell-bound to make sure that these geographic locations remain consumer markets. And this is why they are adamant to address education curriculums that can enhance creativity, innovation, industrialization, an environment where we have food security and holistic health. These people are advanced to such statements. So these are the individuals who, when you hear election is coming, maybe a year before or 2 years before election, you hear them in Chatham House. They go making noise in America, and some are running to China. And at the end of the day, if you give them the instruments of power, you can see the level of skyrocketing inflation. The cost of food, even unga that we were growing in our own chambers, right now, as skyrocketed to unimaginable prices. The cost of fuel, even if you are comparing the cost of fuel with the global prices, we don't need to be paying the fuel, the amount that we are paying for fuel today. And then we are looking at even bureaucracies around government services. The challenges we are having is that, and that is what the citizens need to rise up to. Who are these enemies? Some are external enemies who are using some vulnerable elements among us whose interests are never our interests, and they keep on holding on to instruments of power for the purposes of the agents that they are holding for and their own personal greed. These are the individuals whom we must by all means defeat.
So how then will we as a nation shorten that gap between democracy and governance? Because we need to move as a team, as a country.
There's a dire need to have voters' participation in the democratic process. And one key answer to that is effective voter education, which IBC has refused to do. Because if you to have effective voter education, we've even given proposal. I'm not talking about just accusing IBC blindly. I, as an individual, have done proposals and even proposed that in our education curriculum from primary, there should be a subject called voter education.
Voter education.
In our universities, there should be a subject called voter education with the projects, sending you back to your society.
Is it that bad?
To engage your people.
Is it that bad until we have to introduce it in school? Because IBC would argue that their work is not to do the civic education. It's now part of the political class. Theirs is to do voter sensitization.
Constitution has bequeathed specific responsibility to specific bodies. And this is why we say the power is donated. And IBC has specific mandate. Victor, I think it is the public domain that I petitioned BBI.
Yes.
When specific mandates which were given to IBC were being taken away by a committee which had no constitutional accountability. And we challenged this in the court. I petitioned boundary delimitation responsibility that was given to the committee of the BBI.
Yes.
And when we went to court, court agreed with us. And actually, that is one petition that got 100% Court of Appeal judges. All the 7 judges supported that petition. And they said it is illegal because constitutionally the mandate lies with IBC. So when we are talking about certain responsibility, yet yes, there is a political input on the political parties aspect. Let me tell you, political parties are registered on the basis of their ideologies and their manifestos. And there are some who are green-based. Some are based on justice and freedom. Some are established based on referendums. And then their desire and thirst is constitutional amendment. And then some, some are farmers. So all of these political parties will be pulling towards the areas of their strength. And they need to be empowered to bring all this diversity so that we have a commonality of purpose. But there is one person who have by design a constitutional mandate which is funded. Because IBC is funded by the National Coffer. And it's funded based on the request. Because they keep on submitting their budgetary request every year. But the moment you request for a budget seriously and is not funded, you can challenge. You can go to court. There are mechanisms to vary, challenge and verify all these things. Okay. But these guys, when they're given money, recently they went to Greece to verify voter, the ballot boxes. And then voting materials voter printings. And this guy goes there for, I think it was over 14 days. And they all come back and say it is good. Okay. And those ballot boxes arrive here at the airport. You look for the IBCs to receive their own document, and by the way, those who are responsible, all of them were tejas. For once, I have never seen Chebukati panic like that. And you find officials who are supposed to be taking responsibility. Actually, they leave glaring loopholes for purposes of an intention that we do not understand.
Absolutely. Hold that thought. Let's get over to Machakos. And of course, when we come back later, we'll be talking about who is likely to shape this race. And Jen Wambui will also be giving us a little bit of a look into battleground counties that had been actually labeled battleground counties by pollsters. And we'll also talk about the contribution of pollsters to, probably either the mess or what has happened so far. But right about now, let's head over to Dan Mwenda, who is in Machakos County. Dan Mwenda, if you can hear me, good morning. What's the latest from Machakos, Dan?
Thank you so much, John Jacob Kihoria, back at the broadcasting house. We are here at the Machakos University, of course, where we are at the county constituency tallying center, and we have been briefing you on how the results have been coming in from yesterday 9 p.m. And as we talk now, we can see that the presidential Form 34A provisional results are out from some of the parts of the Mwala. If we look at some of the results in main primary, Raila Odinga was leading with 109 votes, followed by William Ruto, who got 76 votes. Wahige Mahura and George Wajakoya did not get any vote in that constituency. When we look at another school, another polling station, Ngelesi Nursery, also in Mwala, Raila Odinga had 104 votes, followed by William Ruto with 30 votes. Again there, Professor George Wajakoya and Wahige Maura didn't score any vote. In Chowani Primary School polling station, still in Mwala, Raila Odinga had 66 votes, William Ruto had 25, Wahige Maura didn't score any vote, while Professor George Wajakoya had 1 vote. Getting to another place, Kikumini Primary polling station, Raila Odinga had 97 votes, William Ruto had 42 votes, Wahige Maura didn't get any vote, and also George Wajakoya had 1 vote. Going again in another school, another polling station in Mavitini in Mwala still, we had Raila Odinga leading with 102 votes. William Samoei Ruto had 18 votes. Again, Wahige Maura and George Wajakoya didn't score any vote. In Kivalani Primary School polling center, we saw that Raila Odinga had 178 votes. William Samoei Ruto had 59 votes. Wahige Maura didn't get any vote, and Professor George Wajakoya managed to get 3 votes. When we look at Maweli Primary School polling station in Mwala County, Mwala constituency still, Raila Odinga had 183 votes, followed by William Ruto with 70 votes. Wahige Maura scored 1 vote, and Professor George Wajakoya managed to get 5 votes. Looking at Masi Deaf Primary School polling station, Raila Odinga had 136 votes. William Samoei Ruto had 113. Wahigi Mwaura didn't get any vote, while Professor George Wajakoya got 1 vote. Looking at Kadhulini Primary School polling station, Raila Odinga had 172 votes. William Samoei Ruto had 35. Wahigi Mwaura had 1 vote, while Professor George Wajakoya didn't score any vote in that polling station. When we look at Kivauni, also in Mwala constituency, Raila Odinga had 62 votes. William Samoei Ruto had 13 votes. Professor George Wajakoya and Wahigi Mwaura didn't score any vote. As you can see, my camera person will allow to show you, we are at the constituency level, and as you can see, the returning officer is receiving different forms for the governor position, president, women representative, member of county assembly, and the member of the MCS. We will be briefing you more, and after the process is over, we'll be talking to the returning officer, who will be telling us more about the exercise. Back to you, Jacob Kioria.
Thank you very much, Dan Mwendo from Machakos County, of course, giving us an update there about the presidential results, and so also the constituency results, obviously, as they continue to be tallied there. Dan Mwendo is on top of things and will be informing us a bit on what is happening there. But before we escalate this conversation, Jane Wamboi has the latest on some of the battleground counties that had been shaped by pollsters as battleground counties. Let's just see how they're faring so far in terms of a presidential vote, Jen.
Now, looking at the latest presidential votes, William Ruto is still ahead with 247,951 votes, which translates to 52.46%. Raila Odinga comes in second with 221,685 votes, translating to 46.91%. Wajakoya third with 1,973 votes, which is equivalent to 0.42%. And David Mwaura with 1,014 votes, equivalent to 0.21 votes. Now, Kira, you can remember from the last polls that were put out, Raila Odinga was leading in about 18 counties, while Deputy President William Ruto was leading in 17 counties. But at the center, there were 12 counties that were considered as battlegrounds. And to just look at some of them, we can start with Mombasa, which is right here on your screen. Mombasa County. Now, let's have a look at how these two presidential candidates are doing. Now, as you can see, tallying is not complete. 6 constituencies in this particular county, but as you can see, out of the 4 that have already submitted their results, remember Mombasa has a total of 641,913 voters, but out of the 4 that have already had their results tallied, we have Nyali constituency, where Raila Odinga is leading with 154 votes. William Ruto coming in second, a difference of 9 between these two with 145 votes. Wajakoya has gotten 2 votes, while David Mwaura hasn't gotten any votes in this particular constituency. The other constituency is Mvita. And as you can see in this particular constituency, William Ruto is leading with 579 votes. Coming in second is Raila Odinga with 457 votes. Wajakoya 9 votes. David Mwaura hasn't gotten any votes in this particular constituency. Going on to Changamwe constituency, William Ruto is also leading with 205 votes. Raila Odinga comes in second with 122 votes. Wajakoya has 2 votes and David Mwaura has only 1 vote. Now, the 4th constituency whose result we have is Likoni, where Raila Odinga is leading with 1,853 votes. William Ruto comes in second with 881 votes, a difference of almost 1,000 votes between these two candidates. In third position, we have Professor George Wajakoya, who has garnered 12 votes, and David Mwaura has garnered 5 votes. Now, these are the 4 counties whose results we have already received. 2 more remaining, Kisauni and Jomvu. So you can see in this particular county, Raila Odinga is taking the lead with a collective 2,586 votes, while Deputy President William Ruto has 1,810 votes. Professor Wajakoya has 25 votes, and David Maure has only 6 votes from Mombasa County. And remember, the polls were based on popularity. So this does not mean that it is exactly as is. Remember, we have 2 more constituencies to go to get the actual exact figures by the end of it all. So that's how Mombasa is looking like, Curia.
Absolutely. That's Mombasa County for you, and how the pollsters predicted vis-a-vis the actual results. And we'll be showing you county by county, particularly the ones that had been mapped by the pollsters as battleground counties. Let me take you just a bit through the diaspora votes, because and at some point we'll be speaking to some of the Kenyans in the diaspora. In Tanzania, for example, there were registered voters, about 1,402. And you will know about 10,000 Kenyans who are participating in this exercise. Out of the 1,402 registered voters in Tanzania, 274 votes went to Raila Odinga. Ruto William got 119. Wajakoya got 4 votes. So did Maure also get 4 votes. Uganda. The people who voted in Uganda are 1,411, and there are no results just yet displaying from Uganda. In Rwanda, 1,090 voted, 320 went to Raila Odinga, 163 to Ruto, 7 to Wajakoya, and 4 to Wahiga Mwaure. In Burundi, 201 voted, 75 to Raila Odinga, 21 to Ruto, 1 for Wajakoya, and Wahiga Mwaure got nothing out of it. South Africa, 958 voted, 320 went to Raila Odinga, 121 to Ruto, 1 to Wajakoya, 3 to Wahiga Mwaure. In South Sudan, 977 people voted, 514 went to Raila Odinga, 269 to William Ruto, 0 votes to Wajakoya, and 2 to Bishop Wahiga Mwaure. In Germany, 314 people voted, 115 for Raila Odinga, 104 for William Ruto, 2 for Wajakoya, 3 for Wahiga Mwaure. In the United Kingdom, UK, 798 people voted, 373 voted for Raila Odinga, 198 for Ruto, 5 for Wajakoya, and 5 for Mwaure. There are no results yet returning from Qatar and United Arab Emirates, that's UAE. But in Canada, 366 people were voting, 190 voted for Raila Odinga, 78 for William Ruto, 6 for Wajakoya, and 2 for Wahiga Mwaure. In the US of A, United States of America, 744 people voted, 363 voted for Raila Odinga, 132 for William Ruto, 2 for Wajakoya, 1 for Wahiga Mwaure. So results we have are from 22 polling centers of the 27 that are that consist the diaspora vote, and the diaspora vote is about let me just get this straight, 10,443. So Raila Odinga got 2,544 from the diaspora vote. William Ruto gets 1,205 from the diaspora. Wajakoya gets 28, while Wahiga Mwaure got 24. Those are the results as they are from the diaspora voters. And at some point we'll be speaking to some of them. But let's come to the battleground counties and how each county is voting. And one, the voter turnout question that we are talking about, the voter turnout question affected every bit of this country, not just one region. So the question is, while pollsters were talking about regions that are likely to shape the presidential race, one wonders now, with this voter turnout, what region then will shape the presidential race in this election?
Actually, I think it's a challenge for both candidates. And as much as I appreciate pollsters and the science around it, also some pollsters do have a due influence and inclination towards specific candidates. And we've seen pollsters' prediction always not appear as they were envisaged. And the voter apathy, I think, is cross-cutting. And especially in the mountain region, because the person who was pegging the most his chances in the central region was Kenya Kwanza. And should that apathy continue the way it reflected yesterday, then definitely that will be a serious undoing for his chances, because that voter-rich region stood an opportunity to turn around the general tally. But that notwithstanding, I found the same feeling even in the strongholds of Azimio presidential aspirants. Even in his Luo Nyanza region, I found complaints of those who are concerned that the narrative perennially has been seek ye first the presidential kingdom, and all things shall follow. But each time they seek this kingdom, there is only one individual who have things following, but then they are always left at the cold. And then you've seen how they're responding. I think so far it's official that Kidero took Homa Bay. And I think also the subsequent seats, people are seeing how people have voted.
And it looks like James Orengo is also in trouble.
Exactly. It's not a clean sweep as it had been before. So there are contributing factors to the voter apathy. Let me tell you how political parties are managed also is a serious concern. Because various political parties have not been very free and open to citizen choices. We had candidates who are fronted by the political parties through polls, and they were given tickets, direct tickets, especially in those areas where the Azimio party, party leader is coming from. And I think they are seeing major challenges, because these are things that can also cause rebellion. Because if you don't allow us to choose for ourselves who we want, you even choose for us, then at what point are we sovereign? At what point do we have...
You're talking about imposing candidates.
There you go. So the nomination exercise has also a lot to do with the voter apathy. Because if you don't need us, then there you go. You can as well vote yourself. Those are certain types of moods that can be reflected on how people are turning out, and that can injure the final tally. Right, Victor.
So, just to ask you, what do you think the Mwananchi is communicating to the political class? Because voter apathy is serious. This is a worrying trend, and compared to what we've had in the past elections, this is relatively very low. So what is it communicating to the political class? Because if you look at the turnout itself, I'm so sure even IEBC itself was not ready for this. Because if you compare the number of total registered voters and look at the total turnout, is not something to be proud of as a country.
I've said this before. And I think all these are finally confirming that people need to understand the actual change quest of today. This generational change quest is not the change quest of yesterday.
Yes.
There are individuals who fought for colonial liberation, and then they are our heroes. We appreciate them. The individuals who defeated the dictatorial regime of one-party system, they are our heroes, and they are still here with us. We celebrate them. And the individuals who championed, constitutional reforms, and then we are very happy to have a robust constitution, which even Jubilee government actually was defeated to implement fully in the last 10 years that they had it. And then this generation is, and then we keep saying that our quest is not about the constitutional reforms, because change is dynamic. The global community is right on our face. Victor, we are at a moment where even the subjects we're studying in the university are being rendered obsolete by robotics.
Yeah, because of the changing times.
The things you studied, technology is surpassing our government. But that does not mean that technology is surpassing us as individuals. The individuals who are above this technology. We are in a community where even art pays. You develop talents like Victor Wanyama, and he goes to EPL, and you can see how much he is earning, even vis-a-vis the president. So where would you put more of your effort? Even in your education curriculum, you should not have education curriculum that is tied to everybody must be a doctor, everybody must be accountant, everybody must, and that is the priority. All of you must be engineers first. That soccer, that talent, that art, that creativity, that innovation, let that come later. And by the time it is coming later, your priorities have already been aligned, demands of the society already putting pressure on you, and it cannot give you an opportunity or breathing space to specialize, even in the areas that you desire. The people who are studying subjects for their parents, because a parent wanted that, yet somebody's passion is in different industry. Education should be tailor-made to the society, to bring out what the society, the diversity of the society, so that every greatness, every significance, and every strength is brought out to benefit within the resources that we have. But we have an education system that's stifling. Actually is a mass photocopy of what the colonial government wanted.
But then, Justice, even during the campaign period, we've seen the highest number of voters is perceived to be the youth, as per the register and the records from the IBC. It's around 70%, so to speak. But then let's talk about the campaign slogans, the packaging of the message. Talk about the mobilization. Do you really think that whatever the political class was doing during the campaign period, the messaging, packaging of the manifestos, was in sync with the mindset of the voters, more so the youth?
Victor, the challenge most are encountering, and I think we need to have more of this scrutiny that we're having actually as often as possible. We do have politicians who speak at the citizen instead of engaging with the citizen. And if anything, the person who should be speaking are the voters. You should listen to them, and this is why our constitution provides for we call it public participation. Yes. The public participation is, the spirit of public participation is geared towards establishing from the grassroots. What is the agenda on the grassroots? Not this top-up, where you've even seen an entire constitutional initiative is being thrown out because of lack of public participation. People sit somewhere in the boardroom and they assume that this is what people want. Yet Kenyan agenda is not the agenda, the narrative that we're seeing out there. So I think this is where most of the political parties missed it up. And we needed, now like even the national debates that we're having in the fourth estate, with the fourth estate, Victor.
Yes.
I think that was a serious challenge. I know you participated, Jacob. Yes. But I would challenge even the journalists to be more circumspect, to understand and own the vision of this country. So that when you go out there, you are able not to just focus the aspirants on the incidentals, but fundamentals of the country. Let's redefine the vision of this country clearly, so that even if an aspirant does not know, you can lead and guide, so that we have a national vision and a dialogue that mirrors the nation. But when all these, definitely there is a specific constituency, and in this case we're having over close to half of our voters who are not participating actively in the democratic process. And I think that is a serious challenge that our country must think about how to get its solution.
All right, let's first of all head over to Mombasa. We'll come back to that, and of course when we come back, let's talk about disenfranchisation. of the youth. I know you've spoken a bit about it, but at the risk of turning you back, let's talk about the disenfranchisation of the youth and why exactly they are keeping away from registering as voters as well as voting. But we head over to Ann Mburu. She is a reporter in Mombasa. Ann Mburu, good morning. I see you doing well and keeping yourself fine. Just tell us about what is happening in Mombasa, Ann.
Good morning to you, to John Jacob Curia, back at Broadcasting House. And Mombasa today is very cold. That is Amina Jumper. And we've been burning the midnight oil just to bring you these results from Nyali constituency. And right now I am coming live to you from the National Training Institute Authority in Nyali constituency, which is the tallying center. As you all know, Mombasa County has 6 sub-counties, and Nyali constituency is one of those sub-counties in this area. Nyali constituency has 124,253 registered voters and has 5 wards, namely Kazandani, Ziwalangombe, Mkomani, Kongoea, and Freetown. We've been camping here the whole night just to get you these results. And right now, as you can see, the ballot materials have continued to trickle in since yesterday around midnight. We've been receiving the ballot papers, and tallying just started around 5 o'clock. So far, we've had 25 ballot boxes checked already out of the 195 from the 195 polling stations. And as we know, is that Nyali constituency has attracted 9 candidates, namely Mohammed Ali, Said Abdallah, and just to remind you is that Mohammed Ali is trying to retain his seat, so he's vying for the seat together with the contestant Said Abdallah, who has been vying for that seat for the last 3 elections that we've had. And we have Yasir Noor, Eric Gitonga, Millicent Otieno, Ferdinand Marandu, Edward Makosewe, Jafet Marine, and Joshua Otieno. So far throughout the night, things have been smooth. Still a chilly night, chilly morning today. And as you can see just right behind me, as I have said, is that the tallying process is ongoing. We will continue to give you updates every single time we're here, just to ensure that you get to know what is happening in Nyali constituency. Curia.
Thank you very much, Ann Mburu, and for that update. We'll be coming back to you later, obviously, to understand the results from Nyali and several other constituencies inside Mombasa. But first of all, before I let you go, tell us a bit about the mood in Mombasa, now knowing very well that the gubernatorial election did not happen yesterday. How have the residents received, how did they receive the news, and how have they reacted now that the election results for every seat are almost out, but no gubernatorial election just yet?
Yesterday we had a chance to speak to some of them. They were really disappointed with the whole issue, but I think that is what made most of them did not turn out in large numbers, because most of them insisted that they would really have loved to elect the governor that they want, and they would want to be on that seat. So initially, what I can say, the mood in Mombasa is that people are not really happy about it, but they are still happy that they will be participating in the process in the next 2 weeks. That should be on the 23rd of this month.
All right, thank you very much, Ann Mburu. We'll be coming back to you later. Thank you very much for your time. Okay.
Yesterday we had fracas between Governor Sonko, Governor Joho, and Abdul Swamad. There are some fracas there. What is the situation like right now, having in mind that an election for the gubernatorial seat did not take place?
Yesterday it was chaotic, but today morning we woke up to a very calm morning. Everyone is going about their own businesses. Right now at the center, nothing much is happening, just a calm area because we have enough security. Security has really been beefed up, so I don't think really there's going to be any much this morning. Maybe later in the afternoon, because they'll have to come and get the results, because right now the tallying is really progressing very fast.
All right. Okay.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
for your time. We'll be coming back to you later. Probably maybe we should listen or, head over to Jane Wamboi in a bit, who will be giving us, some stats about this election and how battleground counties are shaping up. Jane, you ready?
Absolutely. Now, the other one of the battle counties was Narok, right here. It was one of those counties that these two candidates needed to do so much more, and this is particularly to Raila Odinga and William Ruto, as well as Wajakoya and Maure. They needed to do a lot to secure this vote in this particular county. But looking at how the results are looking so far, now, here we go. Let us clear this. So far, we only have results from 3 counties, and by the look of things, blue represents Raila Odinga, and as you can see, he seems to be leading in this particular, so far with the numbers that we have received, but the total number of registered voters in Narok County stands at 398,784. But when we come to specific counties, for example, we can have a look at Narok South. Raila Odinga is leading with 8,487 votes, while William Ruto comes in second with 7,834 votes. Wajakoya has garnered 25 votes, while David Maure has garnered only 10 votes. Going to Emarua, let's bring this up. William Ruto is leading with 1,160 votes. Raila Odinga has gotten only 25 votes, while Professor Wajakoya and Maure have both gotten a single vote each. And finally, going to Kilgoris, we have Raila Odinga is leading with 333 votes. William Ruto coming in second with 275 votes. Professor Wajakoya has gotten 3 votes, and David Maure only 1 vote. Now, out of these, we still have 3 more constituencies to go, a total of 7. But as you can see, as per the results, when you put them all together, much as it seems like 2 counties are Raila Odinga is leading, but when you put the collective figure, William Ruto is leading with 9,269. Raila Odinga comes in second with 8,845. Wajakoya has 29 votes so far, and David Maure has 12 votes so far. We still await votes from Narok West, Narok North, and Narok East constituencies. Victor, this is the latest as per what we have received in regards to this particular county, as it was considered as one of the battleground counties.
All right. What does that show you, Jen? When you look at those figures.
Yes.
What does that show you? More so, Narok has been, perceived to be Raila Odinga's stronghold, but as it is right now, it's changing to be somehow leaning towards William Ruto, so to speak.
Yes, and that's the thing, because you can see in 2 constituencies, Kilgoris and Narok South, Raila Odinga has emerged, has the most number of votes. But this one county in Emarua has secured William Ruto more votes, put together with the other 2 constituencies whose votes have already been tallied. So when you put them together, Deputy President William Ruto is leading, much as Raila Odinga is preferred in 2 constituencies over this one that the Deputy President is leading.
If I could just dive right in. Of course, you've seen the results from Emurua Dikir in Narok. But looking at the election results in 2017, Victor.
Yes.
I don't think Narok shaped up as Raila Odinga's stronghold. They split.
Yeah.
Both of them split between Uhuru Kenyatta, the president, and Raila Odinga. There was kind of a split.
Yeah,
in the sense that you would not say it was Raila Odinga's stronghold.
It plays out to be.
And I'm sure even when the results are finally done in Narok, it will not be anybody's stronghold.
No. It turns out to be a very soft.
Anybody's stronghold. They will split it, both of them.
It turns out to be a very soft battleground for the 2 parties. Because when you look at 2017, as you said, it did not go directly to ODM or to Raila Odinga way back then. And right now, as it is, even Kilgoris and Emurua Dikir are also giving a different kind of a figure. So Narok County, and when you come to, for example, moving to the larger Ma community, is always somehow easy to predict how it goes in 2017, 2013, and even right now. Somebody would say that after the demise of the late Ole Ntimama, remember, things started to change up to that. From that point, the late Saitoti, remember, up to that particular point. From that point, the Ma community started to shift their allegiance depending on who is the highest bidder. All right, so I think at this particular point, we need to head to the Bomas of Kenya and get the latest. We have got Sarafina Robi there to give us an update on what's happening. Good morning. What is the latest from the Nerve Center Bomas of Kenya?
Indeed, thank you, Victor, and a very good morning. From the Bomas of Kenya, which is the National Tallying Center, where we have been receiving timely updates from the commissioners led by the Chair Wafula Chebukati as well as the Vice Chair Juliana Cherera, whereby they have been updating us on how the elections have been going on since the preparations kicked off. And as of now, we are coming to you live from the auditorium, whereby we expect the commissioners to be addressing us and telling us how far the results have streamed in, and as of today we expect the tallying to kick off here at the National Tallying Center, which is at the Bomas of Kenya. And given that as of yesterday we were able to see that elections were able to be completed in different parts of the country, most parts of the country, with the commission saying that they're going to conduct by-elections in about eight electoral places, which included gubernatorial. For the gubernatorial seat, we expect to have the elections on the 23rd of August at Mombasa and Kakamega counties, as well as for the National Assembly. We expect to have the by-elections at Kitui Rural, Kacheliba, Pokot South, as well as Rongai. And for the Member of County Assembly, we expect to have the by-elections from Nyaki West and Kwanjenga at Embakasi. And also the Commission, the Independent Election Boundaries Commission, was able to say that as of today, they are going to have elections in one of the places whereby elections were not able to happen as of yesterday, which is Elders in Wajir. Therefore, we expect also to be briefed to get to understand how that has started, if elections have been able to be carried out at Elders as they had briefed us yesterday, and also to get a feel and also to get the percentage of voters, since to give us as was that 12 million voters had already cast their votes as of 4 p.m. yesterday. So we'll be able also to get to understand how many Kenyans were able to vote as of this morning and what percentage has been achieved. Well, right now, Victor, we are at the auditorium.
A lot is happening there at the Bomas of Kenya, and so far we've not had any communication from the chair. What are the timelines that we expect Chebukati to give us another update, because the country is waiting to hear from him?
As well as we have different places where we expect the presidential candidates and their families and friends meeting, and then we whereby we expect the political parties that will be coming to this particular place will be sitting. We already have a couple of people in the auditorium, mostly journalists, agents, and IEBC officials. As you can see, we also have other designated places. As you can see, that is a place where most journalists will be broadcasting from, and we also have other roles designated for the observers and stakeholders who will be at this particular place, and we also have other roles that have been designated for the IEBC staff. Well, apart from that, we also have a number of display screens that have been put in the
All right. It seems that we lost the signal there from the Bomas of Kenya, but nonetheless, that is Sarafina Robi giving us an update from the Nerve Center. We expect Wafula Chebukati to give the country an update later on. Probably she didn't get that question, but later he should be in a position to update the country on what's happening, the progress so far, the flow of the results from different parts of the country. And that is where all the focus will be for the better part of the day, late into the evening, or even tomorrow, depending on how the results will be relayed to the Bomas of Kenya. But then, just as we were talking about something about the IEBC's, participation in terms of how they program themselves, how they deliver the election. But one thing that I would love to ask is, they promised to have an hourly update to the country, but that is not happening. What do you think could be the issue at this particular point, Justice?
You look at the democratic aspiration, and by this I mean the IEBC vision and even ORPP's vision, is to have a democratic space that is driven by issues, which is devoid of populism and nepotism. And I agree, populism and nepotism is one major encumbrances that Kenya is dealing with to date, where we have strong individuals who are stronger than the institutions. And the moment institutions are not functioning, actually is a danger to our economic development. And reasons to why institutions like IEBC has refused to work is because the infiltration and irregularities that are being done by these strong individuals. And sometimes they manifest even in appointment and choices of the managers or the officials in these institutions to an extent that they are so divided and certain mistakes occur in favor of the persons or the godfathers who gave them these opportunities. And the ultimate loser normally is the citizen and our national interest. For us to achieve the desired political aspirations, there are certain give and takes, and institutions have to stand. These individuals that we hero worship, these individuals who are the party, because when you want to define a person as a populist, just look at how they operate. You remove them from a party, even a party as an institution will cease to function. And there are major challenges we are dealing with. And our prayer and desire is that our institutions can rise up to the occasion and defeat populism and defeat nepotism and let institutions to function. I'm thinking even election will not be costing us this much. You don't need to have a ballot paper which has sophisticated security features than even your currency note. And the reason why it's having these multiple sophisticated features is because of lack of trust. An electoral process can be so easy to a point that it doesn't have to be locked into this one-day event. There's a culture of one-day event in this country. And it's also contributed to the last-minute rush. If you look at the education system that we're having, we have an exam system that is set for one day, especially in the lower cadres. You study all the 8 years, then you're judged harshly with one day appearance. And if you fail or if you pass, notwithstanding the circumstances influencing those days that an individual appear for such tests or examinations.
But that would sound so easy. Having an election, at the comfort of your house, go back to work or something. But then the issue of lack of trust that you're talking about, you'd imagine that this country, an election is always a do or die, where shots are fired, ballot boxes are kicked left, right, and center, network is switched off, blackout. At what point do you think the common mwananchi would have that free space now to exercise their democratic right if the political class themselves are giving the common mwananchi the real deal in politics? I either have it or something different will happen.
Well, when we manage to successfully defeat populism and personism, then yes, we will talk about functional institutions. That is a given, and it's something that is achievable.
Okay.
And I think these individuals have been riding on the inherited colonial platforms, which were thriving mostly on divide and conquer. And the divide and conquer actually has played perfectly well through tribal lines. In other countries, actually, people are divided in terms of the long and short nose. Other areas, they are divided in terms of how light you are and how dark you are. And this divide and conquer actually is a concept that is still here with us. But the coming generation, and more so our generation, seems to outlive certain tactics that these systems have been thriving on. And I think we need to invest much more on exposing these foundations and also bringing out the intentions of elections. We do have election. You have election in your houses. We come from families, and the moments when you just have to agree on consensus. Mama wewe utafanya nini? Watoto nyinyi mtafanya nini? Hata kama kuna mfanyikazi, who will wash vyombo? Those are elections. That's democracy in the house. And you don't kick each other, you don't destroy the tables in the homes, and then even in the village, in the churches. When it's not conducted correctly, we've seen wars and fighting even in the churches, isn't it? But in our community, in our society, we always assign responsibility based on strength and capacity of every individual. And that's why you find in every society, and this is a mystery of human beings, every human being is unique and great and have their own significance that is not comparable. All we need to do is have a space where everybody enjoy their full potential without subjugation. But the moment you start affronting other people's strength, you want to operate where you lack strength in, yet you know that Jacob is very good in this, Victor is very good in this, and then you choose to start hosting a show and lead the show in a direction which will not yield the desired result. Yet we have Jacob and we have Victor who can handle it. So the challenges we are having today are getting individuals who are directing the organization or leadership which actually have no merit on the areas or lack the interest of citizens at heart. We are having leaders who, instead of serving you, they sacrifice you at any convenience. Instead of filling you, they fleece you. There are leaders who promise you freedom or justice when clearly you see their pockets are bursting with loots. Somebody is telling you how he will be just and to protect your freedom, yet you look at their blood, you can see blood. I mean, look at their hand, you can see blood. So the challenges we are having, and it's perennial. And these are the persons who keep on using our public resources, abusing and manipulating. That's what we call corruption. And they use this to strengthen those empires. But I am reminding fellow citizens that knowledge is power. There's a scripture in the Bible in Isaiah that is 3:6. It says, wisdom and knowledge shall be the stability of your times and your strength to deliverance. The moment people are educated to know, it becomes more stronger than just finance money. People need to get to a level where money serves us to live the life. We redefine our purpose, who we are, what we are, why we are so clearly that we are not just subject or servants of instruments that need to serve us to live the life.
All right.
So if that is brought out clearly, I tell you, we'll have a society where citizens' right and sovereignty will be upheld.
Let me take you back to the question of turnout and the number of young people who came out for the exercise, including registration as voters. It appears like the work is cut out for the next administration in terms of empowerment of the youth, because such a huge chunk ignoring issues of governance is quite some trouble for a young democracy like ours.
Well, every generation have their own solution and they change course. At the end of the day, expecting a fig tree to yield olive may be difficult. Maragwe ni maragwe, iweze kuwa corn. So we as a generation still must fold up our sleeves and dirty your hands and get into this field actively to start articulating our interest and put our interest forward. If we still leave it to this generation, their interest has remained same old, same old. If you were to ask me about the track record of William Ruto, I will tell you, I'll ask you to look at the Jubilee government for the last 10 years. If you ask me to look for at the track record of Azimio presidential candidate Odinga, I'll ask you to look at the Nusumkati government and his previous when he was prime minister. And then these are not miracles. These are individuals who we already know what they're capable of. We even know how they think. We've seen them even through various little processes like accountability measures, how they behave and how they think. And then we know who their friends are when they go to China, when they go to West. And then we know their businesses. So whichever direction, you will find some people are making policies biasly inclined towards what? A myopic view for purposes of self-interest. Whereas we need an environment where citizens are able to compete globally. I'm telling you, AI right now is not merciful in the global community. Even drivers, you're driving your car, already we have vehicles that are driven through the technology. You won't need a driver anymore. And then the robotics can even cook. So if you were a woman whose strength was just cooking in the house, anybody can just get a robot and then they'll have somebody to cook. So we must redefine who we are, what our functionality, even as a male. These professions that we have been rushing, working so hard, depleting our parents' hard-earned resources to go and acquire. You buy knowledge to be a doctor. You buy knowledge to be a journalist. Even with the cameras, I'm telling you, phones have come with technology which can do the same editing work that you are doing in the gallery very fast and then very efficient because of the technological features that the phone is having. So this generation must arise to the occasion. If we just sit back and keep on blaming and crying foul because of these other individuals, their interest, their appetite is not satiable. Their level of greed, I tell you, if you were to ask, is much less. They are an empty, is a pit that you cannot fill. But if we stand and show them the value and redirect them to the vision and make them understand why we need change, I tell you, they will support us. They will listen to us.
Justice, you are an aspirant, and thank God you reached where you reached. But then we've, so far an election is quite emotive.
Right.
And we are likely to see big names falling after today or even tomorrow. But the question should be, or let me ask you this, are people ready to embrace that change? It's an emotional event, and people get so much attached to the feelings of politics. But are people ready to embrace that change, that your favorite candidate has lost? How does it feel now that you have been through the process and here you are?
The reason why the Constitution has not left us in the dark regarding the procedure and process of how to conduct election is for us to have candidates or electoral results which are free, fair, and verifiable. Election that even you yourself, you can just walk in and look at those Form 34 and follow back and realize, you can tell yourself and come with the conclusion that indeed this was the will of the people. If that is the case, it becomes very easy, and I'm sure we would have contentment. But the moment we have illegalities, the moment we have irregularities, and they are glaring right on our face, and more so when they are costing us money, or when it is killing your dream or your future, I tell you, people are bound to react, and they will react from whichever way they know how. And those are the things we need to avoid. No wonder I'm saying that the managers and the institutions who are responsible in conducting election must be accountable, and if possible this time must be punishable. should they fail to live up to the constitutional requirement. Because this gray area we keep on living every now and then, you say there are irregularities, there were illegalities, but no one is brought to book. Some people say, Musando signed in so many times, even after he is dead. And no one is brought to book. If anything, those guys are being promoted and being rewarded, and those are the challenges of populists. Because populists will always keep sycophants in instrumental key areas, and these people end up stifling our growth, stifling our potential. Kenya is endowed with enormous potential.
All right. All right, so let's take a break from studio here and cross over straight to Kilifi County. Junei Karisa is on standby to give us an update on what's happening there. Junei, good morning. So far, what is happening from the coastal part of our country?
Good morning from Kilifi County. We are coming to you live from the Pwani University. This is the Kilifi County Tallying Center, and it is headed by Hussein Gure, who is the county returning officer. The constituency returning officers started yesterday to bring in some of the ballot boxes once they have concluded announcing results at the constituency level. As you can see behind me, several boxes are still, several constituency returning officers are still bringing in the results that they have relayed from the ward levels and tallied at the constituency tallying center, and to bring the records to the county tallying center. Just to mention an incident that took place yesterday night, it is alleged that one polling station that we have confirmed with the county RO, who is Hussein Gure, that a polling station brought in boxes without seals on them, and those boxes are 5 of them, and this of course alerted some of the officials that are represented here, among them agents of the different parties representing the different candidates are here. So a little bit of a fracas that did not last up to about 10 minutes, and of course he was able to resolve in time that particular fracas. However, they are yet to give direction as to how those particular boxes will be treated, if they will be tallied, or we will wait further direction from the county returning officers on how those results will be relayed. Right now he says he's trying to interrogate the constituency returning officer or the presiding officer of that polling stations to understand what exactly transpired until the boxes arrived without any seals. So that was a bit of a hiccup yesterday deep in the night. However, this morning no incident has been reported. We have just talked to him. He has just assured us that no incident was reported across Kilifi County. My colleague Hibak is in Magarini. Right about 9 o'clock, there was some tension in some ward polling stations, but that matter was able to resolve because police was reinforced in that area. So she is waiting the results, and this is the situation across the 7 constituencies here in Kilifi County. They are awaiting the results at the constituency tallying center before proceeding here at the Pwani University, which is the county tallying center. So results are still trickling in. The presidential is ongoing. Is still, they are recording the presidential results as well as other results as soon as the presiding officers and the constituency returning officers arrive at this area to just give in their results. So we are here. We will give you more details as the day unfolds. But for now, the voter turnout for Kilifi County as from yesterday as exercise was 50%. This is a low turnout compared to 2017, which was estimated at 80%. So yesterday, only 50% of the voters, that includes an estimated of 580,000, they were supposed to head to the ballot. 50% of that number is what voted yesterday. A low turnout according to the county returning officer. However, we still have to know who has won in this county. So we are here joined by my colleagues in Ganze, Rabai, Kilifi North, Kilifi South, and in Malindi, just to give you a perspective of what Kilifi County holds. So right about now, let me hand it back to you, John Jacob Curia, as we continue with the tallying exercise here at the county tallying center at the Pwani University.
Thank you very much, Janae Karisa, for a wonderful job in Kilifi. And of course, we'll be speaking to you later. We'll be linking up with you later on to give us a status update on what is happening in Kilifi as it is right now. Let's head to Jen now to give us a little bit of stats on Kilifi County. Jen.
All right, so Kilifi County is right here. We want to have a quick look at how the numbers are looking in regards to the votes that have already been tallied, and especially so looking at the presidential candidates. So when we bring it down to Kilifi, it has a total number of 588,602 registered voters. And from what we can see, only 3 counties have, we have the data from 3 counties, and we're starting off with Ganze. And as you can see, the color of that particular constituency shows you which candidate has the highest number of votes. And from what you can see right now, Raila Odinga is leading with 4,935 votes, followed by Deputy President William Ruto with 643 votes. Professor George Wajakoya has 54 votes, and David Mwaure has 30 votes. Going on to Kilifi South, Raila Odinga is also leading with 914 votes. William Ruto, 395 votes. Professor Wajakoya, 9 votes. And finally, David Mwaure with 5 votes. And finally, moving on to Rabai, Raila Odinga still at the lead with 259 votes. 88 votes for Dr. William Ruto. Professor Wajakoya has 5 votes. And David Mwaure has 2 votes. So far, only 3 constituencies. Now, when you compare this particular pattern with the previous general elections, so far Raila Odinga is leading with 6,108, Deputy President a collective of 1,126, Professor Wajakoya a collective number of 68, and David Mwaure 37. When you go back to 2017, this is how Kilifi was looking like. Then a total number of 508,068 registered voters, and from this particular color you can see Raila Odinga dominated in all the constituencies, garnering a total of 273,852, translating to 83.56% of the total vote in this particular county. And the same happened in 2013. Again, Raila Odinga dominated in all the constituencies in Kilifi County with 182,708 votes, which translated to 84% out of the total number of registered voters, which in 2013 stood at 336,410. And remember, Kilifi is under the leadership of Governor Amason Kingi, who again is also a member of the Orange Democratic Movement. Victor.
All right. So, what Janae said that is that last year the turnout was completely different from what happened yesterday. And just to ask you, Justus, when you look at it's quite, similar to what we'll be discussing here, the voter turnout and the voter apathy. She said that 80% voted last year, yesterday 50%. Is this something toward the political class and even the future candidates who will be seeking elective positions?
Well, the voting pattern is a science that any candidate need to be cognizant of. Yes, previously, last 2017 was 79% voter turnout. Though we've had contention, right?
Yes.
In 2013, there were cases where we had a certain turnout which were over 100%. I don't know whether they were 100%. And I think those are some servers which we are still seeking to open. But then we had a massive turnout of 85%. I think that was the highest turnout Kenya has ever encountered. But 2010 constitution was averaging around 79%. Kenya, in 1992, it was about 69%. And 1997, it was about 68. 2002, it was about 57%. All these are indicating how the factors that have been determining how Kenya respond to every election. I would talk much more about the 2010 referendum. You know, referendum was a constitutional dispensation. And I could say probably the higher voter turnout was due to the engagement that citizens were having with the issues, because constitution was a dream come true. Of course, that has been followed up by, followed by then the 2013 election. 2013 election was so sentimental. It was one election that led to a serious backlash. I think this was the ICC moment, isn't it?
Yeah.
And the rallying call, I think, there was serious emotional rallying call that brought people to participate. And I think such emotional, a rallying call may have been missing in this current election. And the 2017, before the nullified election, I think also the rallying call, which some were around the constitution, and mostly some were also around tribal, and a card that also repeated itself this time, where Kenya Kwanza picks, kingpins from various regions and align them this side, and then Azimio also picks specific kingpins and align them this side, and then this time around is not working. People are not buying it, and it is a clear indication that voters are ceasing to connect or to be whipped around those lines anymore. No wonder our coming in, Victor, is timely. And if somebody questions why we are coming, it's because there's something we are resonating with, which we feel is not existing in the current platform.
All right. Let me cut you short. So we head over to Nancy Okware, who is in Kajiado County. Nancy Okware, I see a dining hall behind you. Where are you, and what is the situation there?
A very good morning to you back in studio. We are coming to you live from the Masai Technical Institute right here in Kajiado Central. This is the Tallying Center, Central. It's been happening around 5 is Kajiado Central area.
A bit of a problem there with the link between us and Nancy Okware, but we'll be going back to her in a bit. Let me say this, Victor, for the avoidance of doubt, that our neighbors in the region, particularly Uganda and Tanzania, because I can see their messages coming in, are relying on us to relay these results, and we are doing that, and we're going to do that with a lot of diligence. So our brothers and sisters from Uganda and Tanzania, because of a clear reception of KBC, we will be relaying these results in time and in good time, and we salute you for your interest again in Kenya. Let's come to the issue of a third force. In every election, obviously, with the options available, a third force is always important to give, to dissuade people, obviously, from the two available choices. How come in this election we don't appear to have a formidable third force?
I saw a tweet that is leading Maure. So I think it depends with how you interpret third force or where your victory lies. Because Wajakoya, my friend, both of them are good friends of mine because we interact closely and we had commonality of purpose in various aspects. So how they brought out their issues, I think matters a lot. Wajakoya manifesto interested me quite a bit. It was dynamic. It was unconventional because of various issues that he was bringing on table. I would say, I can't say it's revolutionary per se, but it was not a conventional thinking. And that has changed the discussions. And I'm surprised even the way people are responding. I would have expected him to perform much better, as he is happy that he's doing better than Maure. But there was also lacking connection with the third force that we're talking about. Let me tell you why some of us are concerned about this nomination process. Because we felt that there is somebody who already predetermined specific candidates that they wanted. The one that I call them Chebukati candidates, who have refused to resonate with the citizens' request, because we would have seen citizens' response if the candidates were their candidates. And most of the cases, you will always find that there is a candidate who is putting and being matched with so and so, and then there's some comic relief around it. You know, previously it was Dida. Dida, I'm not throwing stones, we're still friends. And this time we can tell where comic relief was coming from. And sometimes it's just a matter of entertainment to bring or to push through the wanted person. And most of the time is the executive. The executive has become a major obstacle in getting the desired alternatives to the or people's leadership. What is a test here to me is people's sovereignty, because where people's sovereignty is required, people's sovereignty can only be satisfied by the constitutional provisions that allows us to give the citizen the desired aspirants. There is a guideline. I would not have minded even if we have 100 candidates, if the constitutional provision allows them to get there in the right manner, since they've met the threshold. But if you put up some unorthodox practices that you go to the court and already High Court declares this is unconstitutional, one wonder what intention and what agenda one has to why they then must then approve or clear this type of candidates. Because one person with and actually all of these candidates have issues. Yes. I know Azimio candidate had a case of membership. Remember, he was cleared as a member of Azimio party, a coalition party.
Azimio coalition party, yes.
But IBC degazetted election guidelines, even timelines when one was supposed to cease to be a member of a political party. Azimio is being registered days later, after April lapse of being in a political party. And at that time, the leader of Azimio was actually a member of ODM party. So when you're issuing him with a certificate, and where the question of constitutional membership is concerned, at the gazetted timeline, whose member was he as a which party list was he as a member? We find it was ODM, but it was given us Azimio. We have a case also even with the deputy president with his Kenya Kwanza team, where the deputy president has cases in court right now as we're talking.
The deputy president candidate.
Yeah, the deputy president candidate. have cases in court which actually have led to forfeiting over 200 million back to their corruption cases. So the candidates that IEBC cleared, and the reason why they cleared them, those are the things that now you can try and study scientifically. But of course, active participants like us also, we can still challenge and interrogate. And we still long to have people's candidates. I was surprised yesterday that I was receiving calls from various individuals who are asking me whether I'm in the ballot. I'm looking for you in the ballot and I can't find you. Where are you? What happened? And you know, these things have been in the public domain. So that tells you alone how the citizens are still thinking, and how people are longing. Something like was supported by over 60,000 from at least 2,000 in every 30 constituencies. They would expect to see me somewhere, according to the constitutional provisions. So the force, whether I don't want to be linear to say that it should be third, because third to what? What are the ideologies that can connect with the citizen now? If these ideologies are missing, I think those are the questions that we should be doing what? And I expected to see diversity of ideologies on the table. Economic policies that are futuristic, that are inspiring, that are visionary. Health policies that are answering. I'm tired of these health care. Because in the ideal situation where human society is healthy, we should be talking about food care. Because if you're eating correctly, you are eating nutritious food, and you're in a clean environment, then you will not even need health care. Sicknesses will be in the secondary level. But when primarily your focus is health care, and we know health care in a capitalistic environment is a profit-oriented business where people can even manufacture diseases for you to go and visit them and be clients of the doctors, isn't it?
Okay.
So if you focus on food care...
Justice, just to cut you short, how historic is this election? How historic was it?
Well, this is the election with the worst voter turnout ever.
You didn't have to start it from that point. Probably you'd have given something positive about it anyway.
And at least I'm praying that Kenyans will not go to the street and throw stones on behalf of these individuals. Let them pursue the way we are pursuing. Because when we encountered challenges, we followed due process, which are provided for by the Constitution. Let them also pursue due process. Do not go throwing stones on behalf of anyone. And I think also this test on the maturity of voters, though there are various cases. I know media may be not allowed to broadcast where stones are being thrown. Maybe you can influence others to start doing the same. But I know there are cases where people are still being sought for shooting. I know there are a number of cases which needs to be addressed. But this is one of the elections which is really testing our resolve. And I've managed to expose a specific class of political cliques who by now, if they are clever and are able to read mene tekel us paso day, the way it's written on the wall, should know that they need to, their time is out. And it's high time they handed over the baton, and lucky enough, they're not finding a quasi or passive continuity. We have a generation like us who are actively involved, who are willing to run, and we will keep moving. We are not going to blame them. We will keep improving on the shortfalls that we've encountered and make sure that this nation get the leadership that it deserves.
So initially, okay, ideally what you're trying to say is that starting now, ahead of 2027, I know it's quite early to talk about that, but the aspect of public participation, sensitization, changing the message, just getting a whole different idea on what election should be, is what you're proposing that should begin as early as now, ahead of 2027, or even beyond.
Well, you see, election cycle is continuous. It's a process. It's not an event. Even whatever we've gone through right now, because it's only a fool who does the same thing the same way, expecting different results. We should learn from what we are going through right now so that we don't repeat the same mistakes going forward. And we should evaluate our electoral process. If these Kim's kids are not working, we should not see them again in the next election. And
there should be some sort of change somewhere.
Exactly.
You're recommending a decommissioning of the Kim's kid.
There you go. You see, even France, where we were getting these Kims, like an automorpho, where they're coming from. How do they conduct the election? The election is manual. Do they get results? Yes, they do get results. These issues of mistrust and the greed and selfishness, it needs to be deconstructed, and it's a process. And I'm sure if we unite for this purpose for the next 2 or 3 years, we'll be able to defeat this. It doesn't have to necessarily be me, because when institutions are functioning, it will be to the benefit of all of us. And some of us can also rest easy. We can also go to those beaches. I'm surprised Mombasa is today cold, so we don't know where we will be going this time around. and rest also and relax and focus on raising our children as well. But we need an environment where systems work. I would love to pay taxes to KRA who render services. When you go to your tap, you should get water, isn't it? When you go to the gas station, you should not be exploited or be extorted. When you go to health sector, right now we're talking about health care. You should be served. Not that you're having an NHIF, and then when you have need of NHIF, you're told go and buy this. Yet you've been paying for a cover for something that is not serving. You go to insurance to cover you, they give you limitations. I think it is high time that citizens start talking about getting reliefs. Let's have institutions that are working.
Okay. All right. Institutions that are working. We continue monitoring the situation across the country and everywhere. We have already told you how the diaspora voted. In a bit, we'll be linking up with members of the diaspora who exercised their right. Some of them yesterday, some of them are doing it today. We'll be linking up with some of them, but then again, also continuing to inform you on the results as they come in, or as we tally them. But we're taking a breather for now. We'll be back in a minute. Don't go too far.
Welcome back. We are glad you are still keeping us company here on KBC Channel 1. Kenya does watch. This is Kenya Decides 2022. The hashtag you can follow the conversation with on Twitter still remains to be Kenya Decides 2022. Our official station handle is at KBC Channel 1. Our individual handles are at Victor Olo, at J Curia, and at Jane Wamboy. Now, so far the numbers do continue to go up by the minute, with the race getting very tighter and tighter as we continue to move on with the times. Right now, looking at Deputy President William Ruto, he is at the lead with 279,000 votes, 716, translating to 52.67%. Raila Odinga coming in second with 248,001. That translates to 46.70%. Professor Wajakoya comes in third with 0.41%, which is equal to 2,189 votes, as well as David Mwaure coming in fourth with 1,156 votes, translating to 0.22%. Now remember, these are not the final results. These are just but provisional results, courtesy of KBC. Remember, the media were allowed to have their own parallel tallying, and this is as far as we have. Remember, this updates by the minute, so we'll be keeping you up to date with the different numbers as they keep changing. And remember, the different colors are meant to represent the different candidates for your benefit. Curia.
All right, thank you very much, Jane, for that update on the results as we continue to tally them. Right about now, we want to head over to the USA, link up with Mary Modoni, as well as Maurice Ndole. Maurice Ndole participated in the exercise of voting. They will tell us about their experiences and what transpired yesterday. Let me start with you, Maurice. In terms of the voting exercise yesterday, how do you rate the preparedness of the IEBC as you cast your ballot, Maurice?
I was very impressed by IBC. I think the process they had in at least in Los Angeles was very streamlined. The presiding officer, a young lady by the name of Susan, was very organized. She welcomed the guests as they walked in, and the process was she kind of walked them through how to go in, get their names verified, give them the ballot. And in the diaspora, we're only voting for the president. We're not voting for the down ballot. So it was pretty quick. Most of the people were in and out within 2 minutes. And they even had opportunity to take pictures and stuff. It was quite a historic moment. And this day would live in the history book. One of the things that really happened in California is California was the last station to vote. So we actually witnessed the last Kenyan to vote in the 2022 election today. So it was quite a historic moment.
All right, Modoni would want to hear from you. I know you didn't participate because your vote had an issue. But very quickly, this is a landmark moment for Kenyans living in diaspora that this exercise went on smoothly. Modoni?
Yes, it went on smoothly. I was in communication with the people in Washington, D.C. and also in New York and throughout diaspora, because we have this group, the Diaspora Network, Global Diaspora Network, and we were in communication. Actually, I was supervising them, and I was like a call center. So it went on smoothly, but although there are some things that need to be done, we have just discovered that it's a very expensive exercise. So it needs to be well. The Kenyan government needs to be well prepared for the diaspora vote later in 2027.
All right, and we'll come back to you to tell us about some of these things that you think should be done to aid the diaspora to vote effectively. But Maurice, how was the voting exercise in terms of, were there a lot of Kenyans coming up? Because I realized you were like about 700 of you voting in the US. Did you experience lines, or what was it like?
No, there was no lines. Los Angeles has 132 registered voters. So out of the 132, only 86 showed up. It was about a 65% turnout. And it was steady. There was no moment. It was very short when they didn't have people coming in to vote, but there was no lines. It was very organized, and I think the system they had in place helped a lot because they were able to now put people through without keeping them holding them up in the line.
Maurice, I'm still on you. The demographics in Kenya in terms of the people who came out to vote, you realize it's like young people really kept off this exercise. You probably can take us through a breakdown of the demographics, the ages of people who came out to vote yesterday in the US in these elections.
Yeah, that's a very interesting observation I did. There was only one person, one young lady who was, I asked her the age, I talked to her, she was 21 years, she's 21 years old. She was the youngest voter that I remember. Maybe there was somebody younger, but she's the one that I noticed. And then there was another lady who I would think was either in her early 30s or late 20s. Everybody else was in the 30s and above. So the young people did not register to vote. Actually, there was another young guy, and I think this gentleman works the Kenyan consulate over there in Los Angeles, and he also participated in the vote. And I would estimate that it's about between 25 and 30. Otherwise, all the other people are in their upper 30s and 40s and 50s. They're about very older demographic. So yeah, young people kept away.
Okay. Muthoni, I'll engage you on that question of demographics a little bit later, but for now, you had mentioned there's quite an investment, time and resources that needs to go towards ensuring the diaspora votes effectively. Exactly what did you mean and what do you have in mind? Muthoni?
John, not unless they digitalize it, it's a very expensive exercise. For example, right now, as we speak, Maurice is in a hotel in Los Angeles, and nobody is paying for him. He's paying for himself. It's like 3 hours from where he lives to Los Angeles. So he had to travel with his family to Los Angeles so that they can spend the night. This is his second night. And hotels here are expensive. As you know, it's in dollar form. So that's what I mean by being expensive. If I want to go and vote, I said again, I'll use like $1,000 to go to Los Angeles and then come back to Washington, Seattle. So number two, the government has to put aside a budget, a higher budget, if they want us to travel to the embassy or to the consulates. Not unless they take a step of giving out consulates in every state that has a large population of Kenyans, and maybe there are like 10 or 11 states. So from Washington, DC's embassy, they have to give back to other maybe 10 or 11 consulates. I'm talking about United States only.
Okay, that's got an interesting one. Please delve on that question of demographics and why you think the young people, even in the US, particularly the ones you have in that diaspora network, avoided the election yesterday. Muthoni?
I think it's about communication and how they get reached out. Number two, maybe the frustration with our youth on issues of unemployment, and maybe they feel that something needs to be done by the government, and maybe they are not considered. So we'll have to go and find out from them, because I am a community leader. We can speak to them and find out why exactly they did not want to participate in this election.
Maurice, tell us a bit. Okay, go ahead.
To a young person who came there with their parents, she's about 20, 22, thereabouts. And she was very excited about the process. So one thing she told me is she didn't know about it. They didn't know the voting was going to happen. And the parents didn't seem to have told them about it. But they were when they saw it happen, in terms of the historic event it was, because never have we seen people voting the diaspora. And then Los Angeles being the last polling station to be closed in the 2022 election gave it an extra historic place in what we are doing today. So this young person is willing to go on social media and start engaging other young people because they want to be involved. I think it was a case of not communicating and a disconnect between what the parents are doing, because a lot of young people are not cool with what the parents are doing. So the parents are doing something that's not cool, and we have to kind of fight that and kind of bring them on board so they can appreciate participating in Kenyan activities.
Boris, tell us, why did you pay that price? Because you're booked in a hotel, you paid a flight to go to the consulate in Los Angeles. What inspired you to pay the cost to go all the way to Los Angeles to cast just one vote?
I believe it's my responsibility as a Kenyan to engage and to participate in these civic duties. I brought my mother as well to vote. My mother transferred her vote from Kenya to over here. So I have an obligation to make sure that she participates in the vote. She's always voted every time she's in Kenya, and there was an opportunity for her to vote in the United States. So I decided that has to happen. And I also believe that as a community leader and as a journalist, it's very important for me to go in and document what is happening for posterity. So I had a lot of, it was a nostalgic moment because there was so much history happening at the same time. And the consequence of the diaspora, the vote being extended to the diaspora, was not really embraced by most people in the diaspora. And I think they need to have that documentation that this is something they need to participate in, so that in 2027, when we have a repeat and register more people to vote, they're going to have a reference point of the impact of what they can make to our country.
But only when you look at the elections back home, you realize there was a very low turnout in this election. First of all, what do you think about the patterns drawn yesterday? This is a historic election in the sense that this is the lowest turnout we've ever had in any election. Muthoni.
From my own point of view, I was discussing with somebody else, and I thought it was the economic hardships. And also maybe some people need to travel to go and vote and they don't have that money. And not because the government is not doing what they have to do. John, there is economic hardships even here in the United States and all over the world. As you know about the war in Ukraine, we have another war that we don't know what is going to happen in Taiwan. And also we have the COVID-19 pandemic. So like I've been buying my gas $3 a liter. Now it's going to $6 a liter. So it's not the government that is failing. It's all over the world. So when it comes to Kenya, they don't have, many people maybe unemployment, and also their businesses fell during the COVID-19. So from my own point of view, I think it is the economic hardship.
Boris, what do you think about the low voter turnout yesterday?
Well, I can't quite put up my finger to it. I think it has something to do with all the economic hardship that Muthoni is talking about. I also believe that the kind of candidates who are the top candidates affected how the young people perceived it. For my media, I have a reporter who went to talk to young people, and a lot of them said that, they're tired of voting for the same people over and over again. They feel as if the issues that they care about are not being addressed, and they feel as if there's some the politicians are giving platitude to some of the issues, but they don't do anything once they get elected. So, and then in terms of Central Province, I think the lack of a top of the ticket candidate from Central Province also impacted people from Central Province wanting to come to vote. So it was a myriad of issues, and I think just having the right candidates and inspiring the youth, especially the youth, to come out and take their civic duties seriously is an imperative that we have to embark on as Kenyans and as leaders.
Your native home is in Tetu, Nyeri County. You probably can comment on the issue about Mount Kenya very quickly.
I can't hear you well, John.
I'm saying your native home is in Tetu, Nyeri County. There's something Morris said about Mount Kenya not having probably a top of a ticket candidate. That's why they didn't come out to vote. You hold the same view, Modoni?
Not necessarily. Maybe I would comment on that because I was in the race. Mostly the people that I met along were more interested in handouts than listening to what you can do for them. That is number one. I kept educating them the importance of knowing a good leader who is going to perform, a leader who is not for money, but for development. So, and also the not being reached out when it is the right time to register to vote. Like in Tetu, it has like 50,000 registered voters. And I'm sure there are more people who are living there that are eligible to vote. And also, I also noticed that women have not come out to register to vote. Reasons being they have expired IDs, and most of them don't even have IDs because I understand there is no bank there. Most of them don't even have a bank account. So those are the issues that are going to be looked into, and also people being encouraged to register to vote and making it easier for people to be able to register to vote. I kept on telling them you cannot have a voice without being voting actually, because your vote is your voice.
Thank you, Madam. Morris, even in your own backyard, probably where Raila Odinga is counting on that basket to ascend to the president, there was still not a very good turnout that you would say gives him strong backup in terms of votes. Probably we've spoken to some of your relatives who voted. What do you think was the problem from that end?
Well, that's a curious phenomenon. I think there is multiple WhatsApp groups that came about, and which came about as in opposition of the 6-piece call. So I think the 6-piece call was very unpopular. The whole thing about zoning was also very unpopular. So I don't think, I don't know how much that was going to affect the turnout, because the following for Raila Odinga in Nyanza province has always withstood any kind of headwinds. But this seems as if it was one of those things that pushed some people to the side. And we had some really charismatic independent candidates like Kidero, who commanded an alternative point of view. So this is the first time that you're seeing that happening in that region. And I don't know if that's going to have a sway in what the final outcome is going to be, but it's definitely something that we need to study some more and know exactly what happened. But curious thing was the 6-piece was not a popular idea at all.
All right. The coming 5 years, Modoni, before I let you people go, the coming 5 years in the next administration, you've talked about the economic hardships that are hitting Kenyans at this point. What is the plan of the diaspora network in terms of empowering the people you've left behind in Kenya? And do you have such plans, Modoni?
I would say that it's like we have self-employed them, because if you send money to somebody consistently, they are like receiving a salary, from you. So we have been sending out money. We have been supporting our families back home. And also the issue of paying school fees. I myself has been paying school fees, huge school fees. So most of the money goes with the colleges. And I think it's the high time we get representation, John, also because of our revenue. And also, if the government involves us in investing, the more that we will invest. If we have faith in the government, the more resources that we put in. And I also want to let you know that we have Rosemary Musuba with us from New York. I think she has joined the call too.
All right. Rosemary, can you hear me? Rosemary? Go ahead.
A while, would you like me to comment on some of the things that you brought up?
Go ahead.
Particularly the latter point that Honorable Ashira brought up in terms of supporting her people. Like Honorable Ashira said, my name is Rosemary Musumba. I'm based in New York. I do work with the United Nations, and I've been here for in fact, I'm an old colleague from KBC. So many years ago, probably before you guys joined, but here we are. But on a more serious note, and talking about elections, is that the as far as diaspora is concerned, is that we are so elated that we got a chance to participate in the elections this year. Yes, I mean, that had been authorized, and it took a lot of fight. We in the diaspora, and particularly Honorable Chira, she's been our leader, just mobilizing us in the diaspora, particularly in the US, because all of us are busy. And the billions that we send, it's not easy money. That is money that we deny ourselves a certain percentage, where you are always sending something to support your family. Now, there is a silver lining with that. There are so many institutions. You know, we in the diaspora, one of the things that I'm an Azimio, a person, by the way, let me just put that out there, and I voted, on Tuesday.
But go ahead.
Huh? Go ahead. Yes. I voted this morning at the New York consulate, and you can see how we voted. We were Azimio all the way, particularly in the diaspora. We did very well, and I'm very, very happy for that. I'm even congratulating myself. But the silver lining I was talking about is what our leaders don't seem to realize, and we've been fighting for this space to participate. It's not a question of just participating for the sake of participating, but we want to participate because we want.
All right.
4 million Kenyans in the US alone. You can imagine if IBC had sorted themselves well, and we had about 2 million Kenyans voting, meaning accessibility. It was allowed probably to go to the school or to go to a church like they do it in Kenya. That would be a game changer. We would not be wondering on who is going to win, because that is really a block. But there were so many blocks and frustrations and things like that. But John, what I wanted to talk about is the silver lining from the diaspora. We come here and we are exposed, and we spend so much money sending at home, but the institutions that we work with here, both regional and international organizations, that are ready to support our people and work through us because they trust us, they have that confidence to be able to support our people at home. I'll give you one example. One organization called WIDU, W-I-D-U, if you Google that. This is an institution that was set together by the federal German government. And this is how it works. You identify somebody in Kenya who has a business or is thinking on running a business, and they come up with a proposal, the business plan. That individual, we shall call that person X in Kenya. And you identify somebody in the diaspora like myself, but particularly this is only working in Europe. It hasn't come to the US. Now, that individual in Kenya will say that they want probably 1,000 euros or something like that. So what will happen is that out of the money that they will get money from the German government, and they will get money also from the sponsor. Now, meaning the Kenyan who is based in Europe or something like that, basically to empower them. And it can be any project. Of course, now they are doing more into climate change and this and that, but this is a project that would really be a game changer. And that's why for me, and it's not a question of campaigning for Raila, when he was in Washington, D.C. with this gentleman, I forget his name, is from Mombasa, one of the things that they were talking about, they were talking of a diaspora bank. They were talking of harnessing and having a database of where some of these ideas, low-hanging fruit, we can tap into them. You know, our people, this business of begging, Honorable Achira, Morris, myself, always sending some, money, $500 for, $1,000. It's just too much. It eats into our budget. And basically, this is what, would like to push.
All right. Let me come back to you, Morris, and thank you very much for those submissions. Morris, as we near winding up, very quickly, that question that Wachira and Rose were addressing, particularly on economic empowerment, very quickly, if you can respond to that before we wind this up. Morris?
Well, I think the issue of economic empowerment is something that it's a low-hanging fruit for me. We talk a lot about remittances, but that's not it. We are talking about missed opportunities, because if we have a connection with the Kenyan, with Kenya, a direct connection which is harnessed, that is encouraged and is supported by, say, something like a Ministry of Diaspora Affairs, we'll be able to channel those things, and it will be a symbiotic relationship between Kenyans at home and Kenyans in the diaspora, where we'll be able to grow the country and actually increase the foreign direct investment from the limited 5% that we are getting right now and boost it to almost 20%. So there's opportunities there that needs to be explored. And we are looking forward after these elections to start engaging on creating a paper and a formula for doing that and making it feasible for us to apply it in our setting.
Before I let you go, each one of you, without mentioning which side you support, because at this point we're waiting for the results to come in, how would you describe the mood of Kenyans in the US as they wait for these results? Starting with you, Rosemary. The mood of Kenyans are probably where you are, because you're as they wait for the results.
Yes, the mood of Kenyans, and like you said, we will not mention which side. Really, at the end of the day, Morris and I have been holding a discussion on the Twitter space. And one of the things that we've said is that after the results are in, everything done and dusted, we still remain Kenyans. John, you and I will meet on the streets of Nairobi. We'll continue as brothers and sisters. The mood is, we are still sitting on pens. We really want to know the result as soon as possible on what is happening. But I'll also tell you something. We are very excited that we've gotten the opportunity. While, of course, I went even lambasting IBC and what have you, but we are grateful. First and foremost, we are grateful that we had the opportunity in the diaspora to be able to exercise our right of voting. Of course, it had its own challenges, meaning we in the diaspora only voted for president. We did not vote for these other people. So we're excited about that, but we in the diaspora start planning now. For 2027, some of these glitches and some of these challenges, in terms of our participation, full participation, we need to sort it out, from day one, from 100 days with the new administration before 2027, because it will not be business as usual. Whoever comes in, we are going to light their fire, excuse my French, but we are going to light the fire under their feet, because we have the economic power. We really don't need anything from them. If anything, they should be joining hands to work with us to make a difference. Thank you.
Fantastic. Mary Wachira from Seattle, the mood of Kenyans?
I would ask everybody to be calm and let us love one another. We are brothers and sisters. We are one nation. We are one tribe that is called Kenya. We don't want anything to do with war, because we need each other. And especially what I have said about the economic hardship, We need to join hands with the president that is going to be there to build Kenya to recover, to be able to recover, so that we go on with our lives as usual. We don't know what is going to happen to the world. We don't know what is going to happen next, because things are getting tense. But we need to have a stable country so that we may be able to overcome anything that comes to us, and we continue with business as usual. So stay calm, Kenya, and we wait for the results. Whoever comes in, thank you, Lord. We are going to work with them.
Maurice, I believe you can speak for Los Angeles and California.
Yeah, the mood for Kenyans in the ones I experienced today was optimistic and anxious at the same time. A lot of people are really excited to just come out and vote. So they are ready. They saw how the process went. It was smooth. None of them had any complaints. None of the votes in Los Angeles were rejected. None of them were questioned. So I stayed there and I watched the whole process until I didn't watch when they opened it. I was a little bit, I came in at 6:30 in the morning, but I saw all the way to the end when they counted the ballots and then they declared the 34A. So I am confident that they submitted the forms, and if everybody did what they did in Los Angeles, then we should trust that the results are going to be accurate, and we should accept the results. And whoever comes in, we're going to support them as Kenyans, and then we're going to grow our country and deal with the issues that they talk about in their manifesto and the campaign. So I am optimistic, and I'm wishing Kenya the best, and hopefully we'll see each other soon celebrating a new country which is moving forward.
Thank you, the three of you. I will allow you to sleep because it is late where you are. Probably by the time you wake up, we'll have a new president, or maybe not, but we'll still link up. Thank you very much, Rosemary. Thank you very much, Mary Wachira. And thank you very much, Maurice Ndole. All right. Thank you. All right. Let's head over to Victor Olo. Where are we going next, Victor?
Kioria, welcome back home. Oh, sorry, we are with you here at the BH. For like a minute, you disappeared in the Seattle, New York, and California. But one thing which is quite profound from the three who are living in the diaspora, they're talking about how important the diaspora vote, or even the Kenyans living in the diaspora, is important to our economy and even to our relatives back home. And from what you've seen, and this is a question I will have to ask Justice, they've talked about the issue of digitization, something that you also mentioned, that how hard is it that we as a nation, we cannot trust our digital system so that we can vote online. You've heard them saying that they have to travel long distances, 3, 4, 5 hours, or even 8 to go and vote. We here back home are also talking about the same thing. So probably we can also think about that as we come back. So all the way from states, let's go to Kasarani. All right, and join Irene Muchuma at the Nairobi Tallying Center to give us an update on what is there. Irene, good morning. It's a chilly morning, but you can warm up ourselves with some good news from that end. Irene?
Hello, good morning. Kioria, Jane, good morning too. We are coming to you live from Roysambu constituency, and we are at the Garden Estate Secondary School. This is the tallying center for Roysambu constituency, and although I would say things are going as probably as scheduled, and so far the IEBC says that 232 polling stations in Roysambu constituency have already finished vote counting, and we are only waiting for one more polling station. This one is in Zimmerman, and it is the Roysambu Primary School, and apparently it is the one with the highest number of registered voters at 14,739. In general, the Roysambu constituency has a total number of registered voters at 153,700. 772. But before I give you more information from what I've gathered, let me bring on board the returning officer here at the Roysambu constituency to give us an update on how the situation has been from the time the results started coming in here at the Roysambu Tallying Center. Welcome on board, sir. His name is Ben Kimani, the returning officer here at the Tallying Center, telling us the mood so far. Where do we stand at?
I would say that the mood is sober. There are no issues. There are no major issues. The candidates have behaved very well. The way we started when we were nominating them, we signed a code of conduct, and they have really adhered to it. Up to this minute, we are doing very well. As you have said, we only have one that has not finished counting in Roysambu, and I believe before the end of the day, we will be through with the process. Yes.
Have we been able to come through any challenges, and what has been the reaction from the presiding officers who are bringing the results to you? Have they been able to get any challenges from their polling stations?
Well, apart from the enormous task which they had at their hand, the rest was moving very well. But the task is too heavy for them. Dealing with 6 ballots, election is not a joke. It's not a walk in the park, on the park. So the rest has been successful, but very tiring. Yes.
What would you say would be the expectations in a few hours' time? What time are we expecting to know the final results, the winners from Roysambu constituency?
From the look of things, that will happen before the end of the day, because there are no hitches. We are moving very well, and by the speed that we are moving with, before 7, we'll have results for the winners.
All right, thank you. Although that is Ben Kimani, he's the returning officer for Roysambu constituency tallying center. And although security has been heightened, as I said earlier, there is order. Everyone who is supposed to be at this tallying center, I would say, knows what he or she is supposed to do and where he or she is supposed to be. And just as the returning officer Ben Kimani has said, that we will be knowing the winner of this election for the Member of Parliament elector, and also the most preferred woman candidate, the most preferred senator, and also the most preferred governor from the votes that would have come here by the end of the day. And also we will be able to know the members of county assemblies who have been elected by the people here in Roysambu constituency. But then as much as we are only having one polling station that has not finished vote counting, that is the Roysambu Primary School in Zimmerman, there are long queues outside these tallying centers. This tallying center where we have seen the presiding officers putting their documents together, these as they bring to the returning officer. And on my far right, you would be able to see at least 4 officers. These are the ones who are doing the tallying after the report has been handed over to the returning officer, and the final results will be announced from this point. But then, although earlier on I was in Kasarani constituency, the tallying center is at the Kasarani Sports Center, and it is apparently the same center that we're going to have the Nairobi Tallying Center. At the Nairobi Tallying Center, there are no much activity so far apart from security that has been heightened in the area. Probably we're expecting a beehive of activities later on in the day after all the 17 constituencies in the county of Nairobi have brought in their results. That's where we will know the Member of Parliament, the Member of County Assembly,
elect for Nairobi, and also know the gubernatorial candidate who has been elected by the people of Nairobi, as well as the senator who has been elected by the people of Nairobi. But in this other tallying center where we're having the Kasarani constituency tallying center, by the time I was leaving a few minutes ago, we only had 2 stations that had not submitted their results, and these are Muhure Mushere Secondary School, which is in Ruai, and also the Nile Road Secondary School, which is in Ruai. The Kasarani constituency has a total of 240 polling stations. Out of these, 238 had submitted their results to the returning officer in Kasarani constituency, and the front runners, the candidates who are the 4 are the independent candidates Ronald Karuri and Masi Gakuya of Jubilee, and also John Joroge of UDA. So Kyoria and Olo, as well as Jane, we are not putting it to an end at this point. We'll be going round the county of Nairobi to give you the results. They are being announced by the returning officers before the results are being taken to the tallying center at Kasarani, the Nairobi County Tallying Center. For now, back to you, Olo.
That is an amazing update there. But Irene, before I let you go, where you are is densely populated. What is the situation at the pressings of that tallying center in terms of security? Oh, it seems that we've lost Irene there. All right. Okay. Irene Sawatu. Okay. That's how it is sometimes. She's giving us an update on what is happening there at the Roysambu, and Irene has completely given us an update saying that everything is in control, and only a few polling stations are being waited, and then they're going to go to the Nairobi Tallying Center to give an overall account of what is happening at that particular point. Okay. So much as we continue this on, there is also some information coming from the Ministry of Education. There is a letter already that has been sent from the Ministry of Education, and allow me to take you through that. It's signed by the Cabinet Secretary for Education, that is Professor George Magoha, dated 10th, that is today, Wednesday, August 2022, reopening of all basic education institutions on 1st of August, that according to the letter, on 1st of August 2022, I ordered the early closure of all basic education institutions to allow for adequate preparations and conduct of the general elections. We indicated that reopening would be on the 11th of August 2022. That is tomorrow. So according to the letter, we have, however, been informed that the process of tallying of ballot may still be ongoing on the aforementioned date. Therefore, following further consultations, I hereby convey the government's decision that basic education institutions will reopen from Monday, 15th August 2022. Let me take that. According to the letter and from the Ministry of Education, all basic education institutions will reopen from Monday, 15th August 2022. That is next week. So he is also continued to apologize for any inconvenience occasioned by these changes and ask for your indulgence. This has been signed by Professor George Magoha, Cabinet Secretary for Education. That is clear. So students or all basic education institutions in Kenya will reopen next week on Monday. That is on 15th. And I think that is a good point to leave it. All right. So plan ahead, even as we wait for the rest of the results coming from different parts of the country. It's not yet over until we see the white smoke. The white smoke is who will be the next president of the Republic of Kenya. Curia.
I don't know what the good old professor knows about the outcome of this election. I mean, that is bold. To say that on the 15th of August, schools reopen. But at least for now, parents have a clear roadmap on what will happen after this week. Children have to go back to school. And in any case, it's reasonable. Even if the court process goes on, if there will be any, that schools continue with their normal program. Then once we are closer to the elections, they can close again. And I think that's a bit reasonable in the sense.
Even if you look at it right now, most of the schools are still, acting as polling centers. Like, for example, where Irene is right now as we speak. And it's a process for you to clear the area, make sure that you remove all the posters from different classrooms and make it or take it back to a proper classroom. It takes some time. So I think today is Wednesday. Parents will have 2-3 more days for them to prepare ahead of next week's.
All right, we'll be looping in Jen in a bit so she can be telling us about the results and how each county is faring. But before we do that, Justice, because you've also represented diaspora at some point, some of those concerns raised there date back to years. Do you think the IEBC is committed to addressing the issues of diaspora once and for all, particularly when it comes to issues of election?
Well, I've advised IEBC on its intention. I have a genuine, they are, sometimes we also advise them to adopt workable logistics, because centering a polling station in the diaspora at a consulate, which may be distance of miles away from the constituency you're having. Look at that voter turnout. You have, like now US, you have probably 4 million Kenyans. And the turnout is how many? You're talking about numbers. Not even 1,000.
It's actually 700.
There you go.
99.
And that's a wanton response. And sometimes we don't just need to engage in exercises for futility or in futility. We need to work backwards and look at the cost of organizing this vis-a-vis the outcome. Is it the desired? Is it am I getting value for money? Is it worth it? And I've been proposing that even locally, that we review our election. It doesn't necessarily have to be an event. Election can be done with ease, such that if I had a 14-day window to vote, we should even permit mail voting is working. And then there's still ways of even digital voting. Just the other day we were asking IBC to allow even the candidates to register themselves digitally, so that there is no even the signature collection. There should be a platform where, if you're supporting so and so, all these things can be digitized. Is a technological period where we can ease the cost of how we're doing things and make it also convenient for people. No wonder we are saying that these laws are set in place to serve the people, not to work against the people. The moment they're working against the people, then they are not good laws. We call them bad laws. And bad laws needs to be reviewed, because diaspora is a very integral constituency. I led in 2014 with a number of friends of mine through diaspora, US Diaspora Circle, to institute a summit which brought the government together. And actually from there we developed diaspora policy. And the diaspora policy we developed, at least today we are seeing some elements of engagement, though not properly structured. Because it should be structured such that we can target the diaspora remittance to ease even the local economic burden if it is well structured. These are our brothers and sisters who would want to return their hard-earned wealth through various mechanisms which are suitable, if the government chose. Because within that year alone, we realized about 277 billion diaspora remittance within that year. And look at the borrowings that we've been doing over here from China and all these other countries. If we focus even in developing that constituency alone and invest more in that remittance, I tell you, we could ease the borrowing burden even if we are giving them the government bonds at very low interest rate, you would ease the burden on the shoulders of the citizen.
All right.
So diaspora is a very key constituency that needs to be treated well. They've even proposed that they need to have a ministry that specializes in handling their needs and their issues.
All right.
And kudos to IBC for this initiative, the way they've begun, but we can see response even in Uganda, in Tanzania, and logistics on how people were able to travel and reach those centers, I think was next to impossible. No wonder it just attracted few. We should make it be more practicable and free and fair as envisaged in the Constitution. Right.
All right. Jen, I don't know what you have. Let's come back to you so you can brief us a bit on what is happening in terms of results. And when we come back, Victor will be telling me what Homa Bay Manyien means because I just saw something like that. But for now, Jen.
Remember, on social media, the hashtag to get on is Kenya Decides 2022. Our official station handle is at KBC Channel 1. Our individual handles are at J Kioria, at Victor Olo, and at Jane Wamboi. And as we promised you, we are having our own provisional presidential results. The tallying is still ongoing. And of course, there's so much that is going on social media. But remember, IEBC has the final say when it comes to the announcement of the results. So there's again, we just like to warn you against maybe misinformation and disinformation that may be circulating on the social media platforms. Actually, there's one Ben Kirui here saying fake news played a crucial role in the previous general election. So we need to steer clear and await the official results as per what IEBC has to say. But on the other side, when it comes to our provisional results as the broadcaster, so far Deputy President William Ruto is still leading with 53.42%. That is 303,956 votes. Raila Odinga comes in second with 261,393 votes, which translates to 45.94%. Professor George Wajakoya with 2,353 votes. That is 0.41%. And David Mwaure with 1,239 votes, equivalent to 0.22% of the votes so far. Again, remember, these are just provisional results. We are yet to get all the details as per all from across the country. Just to give you an example, looking at a county like Marsabit, only 4 counties have the results submitted. We still await North Horr, and that goes to show you that when we say, for example, in this case, William Ruto has 1,039 votes against Raila Odinga with 610. That is not the final figure, because we are yet to get the final results from North Horr constituency. So that is where we currently stand in regards to the presidential votes as per our count as the national broadcaster. Victor.
Thanks very much, Jane. Victor, throwing it to you. A moment ago, Gladys Wanga wrote on her Facebook that God is not a man that he should lie, and appearing to be in a celebratory mood. Then about 10 minutes ago, Evans Kidero has written on his Facebook page, Homa Bay Manyien. Give us some context.
I love the way you pronounce it.
I hope I did it correctly.
Yes. Oh, absolutely. Do you have some roots from Homa Bay?
Yeah.
Some roots from Homa Bay? Do you have?
You never knew. You never knew. Africans are migrants.
Homa Bay Manyien means a new Homa Bay.
Okay.
So, based on what Dr. Kidero has posted, you can join the dots.
All right.
A new Homa Bay. It's a slogan that most politicians use. You can say a new Nairobi Manyien. But when you localize it, it's Homa Bay Manyien, so a new Homa Bay. There is that from what we're seeing on social media, we are yet to confirm what is the real situation in Homa Bay County, because now it seems that both sides are now claiming
victory.
right?
Yeah, both sides are claiming victory.
Yeah, both sides are claiming victory, and it was a tough race. Yes, it was a tough race. As you correctly said, Gladys Wanga posted on her social media, and of course now Dr. Evans Kidero is also coming out to claim that victory. So it's a sticky situation for my home county, Homa Bay.
Absolutely. And at around 10:30, it should be 8 minutes from now, we expect a press conference from the Azimio la Umoja, One Coalition party. They have convened a press conference. We'll be listening to them and hear what they have to say in regards to the entire process. You realize both of the sides, particularly the leading contenders, none of them has spoken to the media just yet. Even their campaign teams have been quite silent. So this is the first time we'll be interacting with them after the voting yesterday. It is important to hear how they have taken stock of the entire exercise and what they have to say so far. And that is quite important. Probably before I bring it back to you, Victor, just as there was quite an expectation burden on a few people, particularly in these major coalitions. For example, there was a burden of expectation on Musalia Mudavadi and Moses Wetangula in terms of delivering to William Ruto and Kenya Kwanza. There was an expectation burden on Martha Karua as a person from Mount Kenya, a leading light for that matter, in terms of how much she would deliver to Azimio, and so was with Rigathi Gachagua. Right. How do you think each has fared in terms of delivering on this expectation burden?
It was a real serious, depressing sort of affair for those brothers who actually were holding brief for those regions, or from those regions. And I think the voter apathy may be reflexive of their input. And also, it is the tally, the voter tally is showing us what happened, where, and how. And I can see where Western Kenya bloc is, and I don't know how those guys' positions are guaranteed, especially the 70% promises. And even Machakos, Mutuas, and because again, Kenya Kwanza type of coalition. Had various terms for them, and I think that may make some people rest uneasy. But you mentioned something very significant on social media and the fake news. You know, in the last election in Britain, they managed to successfully prosecute Cambridge Analytica and the other influences, especially on Kenyan election, on fake news. And by the way, even this moment, this thing was very rampant. If you pick it even as a litigative measure, because our competitiveness within our political system, we're being tested. And then actually, these are the moments when we can clearly say that our democracy is still on trial. We had cases where our handles were regulated. Some you not... people are responding to messages you posted 3 months or 4 months ago today. And the fake news, impunity is still very rampant here. And again, we are also having candidates who are very ignorant of electoral offenses, because it's prosecutable to publish even your own voting, whatever, because there's a secret ballot. If you display that in the public, it's an electoral offense. Yes, it's punishable. And declaration of your own tally of your own results, because it has caused chaos before. So candidates need to be bequeathed to understand electoral laws. And this is why still I'm talking about the undoing of the electoral manager. Because rules should be out there, and the laws, they're not helping us when they're kept in the shelves. But people should be the laws themselves. They don't need to be polished. People should understand the objectives of the law. Because the moment you start, like now what is going on in Manyen, and another one is also being declared this other side, I know Victor will be so concerned. Right now he's wondering who is actually his governor, who really has won. And you know, that's a terrain where we have had culture of CK first, political presidential kingdom, and all shall be added unto you. So people look for this kingdom with hope, and with all that they get, sometimes stones flies, and people can easily shed blood unnecessarily. So sensitization on electoral laws and understanding electoral offences, I think matters a lot. I've seen even outstanding presidential candidates yesterday making pronouncements which can be alluded as campaigning on the election day, because you're appearing on a national TV and you're inducing people towards voting for you. That is campaign, is an electoral offense. So how people understand the electoral process, I think those are the challenges. And what amazes me sometimes, even IBC itself sometimes breaks the electoral offense.
Rules.
Yes.
All right, Victor.
Yeah, just to saying that I'm a worried man right now. I don't know what's happening in my home county of Oma Bay.
Don't worry.
Right.
You could end up having a people's government.
All right. We just hope that it will be resolved pretty fast. That's why, by the way, we are still insisting that social media can sometimes be sensational. Oh no, relax. The final boss will be the IEBC. So, Justice, let me ask you a question, but let's go back to what our colleagues in the diaspora said, our countrymen in the diaspora talked about, the issue of trust that you also mentioned earlier, the issue of trust, and how we can bridge that gap so that it's easier for every Kenyan to vote. How long will it take this country to get to that point?
It's the responsibility of the talented 10 in our society who have encountered enlightenment. Because distrust and dishonesty and riding on greed and selfishness based on ignorance was a tool that the slave master used and has perfected very well. I can refer you to have a reading done by Willie Lynch later to slave farm owners, and how the art they were using to make a slave, such that you have a permanent wheel that revolves on its own in maintaining that status quo. And one key element was distrust, such that you cause them to trust each other. I mean, not to trust each other. You set the tall one against the short one, the light one against the dark ones, and then male against the female. And they were using fear as well. Actually, P.W. Botha in 1985, in his speech to the cabinet, he capitalized on the same, and when he was talking about the war mechanism that they were going to use to combat the Afrikaners, I mean the black Africans, so that their wars were to be psychological, they were to be biological, they were to have chemical aspect of it, and even spiritual. And those elements that he used then when he was talking about how to fight, they are still playing in South Africa, and some of those elements are also here with us. So sometimes somebody may be perpetuating lack of trust or distrust, and they don't know which tool they are perpetuating or they are propelling. You are just strengthening our enemy. If people can be educated, and this is where if we are able to defeat ignorance, so that we are able to see the full picture for posterity, because our enemy remains our enemy. And the intention of the enemy is to suppress this geographical location, turn this market area into a consumer-based market. And that's what is happening. We are buying even toothpick, yet we have forest here. Our trees are just burning down and running on the things that we can sort out. Look at our roads. We are having roads that are now, actually we have to bring prisoners from China to help us in constructing our roads. Yes, yet we have engineers here who are looking for jobs. This mechanism that these guys are investing on, look at our doctors. We had opportunities where even them, they could compete and innovate. And that notwithstanding, is not that Kenyan doctors are not innovative. Look at the Eastwick and Arthur Bell. They are able to develop vaccines. They are able to develop curatives. But there's a system that has been established which is meant to suppress this geographical location. So if we do not conquer it, and these are the things we need to, the root cause we need to uproot, even when we are talking about our electoral process for posterity. If we don't defeat them, we will still continue having myopic individuals who treat those institutions as their own personal entities. And this is why actually they are myopic such that then they only see their tribe, they only see other people's pocket. They don't have a vision for this geographical location. They don't know that even the freedom that our forefathers fought for, that freedom is not yet uhuru yet. We need to continue and pursue freedom until we are completing it.
All right, just thank you. All right, I think at this particular point it's also important that we gravitate and head to Bomas of Kenya, where the real action will begin. We expect Wafula Chebukati to give a press conference later on, but before then, let's connect with Sarafina Robi there, plus the entire crew at the Bomas of Kenya to give us the latest from that particular point. Sarafina, over to you now.
Indeed, a very good morning, Kyoria, Victor and Jane from the studio. As I had mentioned earlier on, we're coming to you live from here at the Bomas of Kenya, whereby we have been receiving updates from the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission. Commission is led by the chair, Wafula Chebukati, but as of today, we have not yet gotten any updates from the commissioners, but we are expecting to get that update any time from now at around noon or 1 p.m., whereby they'll be addressing us to just give us an update of what has happened or what has been updated in regards to numbers, given that as of the last update yesterday, whereby by 4 p.m. they told us that about 12 million Kenyans had already cast their votes, which was about 53% of the total number that was expected to cast their votes as of yesterday. And also a number of places and counties and constituencies were able to cast their votes, save for a few whereby they told us that there will be a by-election in about 8 electoral places, which included 2 for the gubernatorial seat, which include Kakamega and Mombasa, as well as 4 for the National Assembly seats, which include Kitui Rural, as well as Kachiliba, and we also have Pokot South, Rongai, and for the member of county assembly, we have Nyaki West and Kwanjenga. Also, we're able to be told that there will be elections for one of the constituencies whereby they're not able to conduct elections as of yesterday due to insecurity issues that were recorded at that particular place, which is Aldis in Wajir County. And as of this morning, I was able to speak to one of our correspondents to understand, one of our reporters who was dispatched to that place to get to understand if the elections have kicked off. And as of 6 a.m. in the morning, he was able to tell me that there were no election material that had been dispatched at that place, nor the election process had not yet begun as of 6 a.m. in the morning. So we await to hear official communications from the commissioners to just get to understand why the elections had not kicked off as of that particular time, as they had indicated yesterday, and also get to understand as of now how many of the form 34Bs or 34As have they been able to receive? Right now here at the auditorium of the National Tallying Center at the Bomas of Kenya, if my cameraman can be able to show you, is that you'll be able to see a number of IEBC officials who are just waiting for the form 34Bs from the returning officers, from the county returning offices, so that they can be able to record them and later on hand over the report to the chief returning officer for the presidential results, who is Wafula Chebukati, who will then be able to declare the results. So far here at the Bomas of Kenya, at the auditorium, all that we are able to hear right now are very nice patriotic songs as we await to see the returning officers from different county tallying centers to arrive here with the boxes and be able to hand them over to the IEBC officials here. And also So what is going on right now is that we are able to see a number of election observers and monitors who are already in this auditorium just foreseeing or just seeing on what is happening so that they can be able to write their reports on how the elections were covered. And as I'd mentioned earlier on, is that at the auditorium, different places have been segmented for different people who will be allowed to access this place as the tallying will be going on, given that we have sections for the political parties, we have sections for the presidential candidates, family and friends. We also have places for the diplomats and places segmented for the observers and other stakeholders who will be coming to this particular auditorium, as well as places segmented for the IEBC staff, as well as if my cameraman can show you, also is a place whereby we expect the commissioners led by the chair Wafula Chebukati to be sitting or to declare the results after receiving the reports from the IEBC officials who are on standby here at the auditorium, are waiting for the forms 34B from the returning offices of different county tallying centers. We were also able to speak to some of our reporters who were on the ground to just understand if some of the returning officers have been able to leave their tallying centers so that they can be able to come to this particular place and present the forms to the IEBC officials in the auditorium. And some of them are telling us some of them are even still receiving results from the polling center. So it looks like it will be quite a time before we're able to see some of the returning officers arriving here at the auditorium to be able to deliver the forms to the IEBC officials who are waiting for them. So right now I'm going to hand you back to one of my colleagues, Brian Kimani, who is also here at the Bomas of Kenya in our studios to continue with analysis of the ongoing election process as we wait for updates from the commissioners or wait to see some of the returning officers who we expect any time from now to be arriving here at the auditorium to hand over the forms to the IEBC officials who are on standby awaiting them. To you, O'Brien.
Well, many thanks, Serafina Robbie, who is inside the National Tallying Center, of course, keeping a tabs on what exactly is happening inside there. The matter awaited briefing by the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission chair is expected any time before this afternoon. And of course, we are keeping an eye on that brief, which is expected to give the much needed update on where we are in terms of vote tallying, which is currently underway in 290 constituencies around the country. And of course, as Robbie has just said, the returning officers are also expected to start trooping in here at the National Tallying Center so that they can present the forms 34A for verification and of course for certification as well. So those are the events that we are keeping an eye here. And of course today you expect to see a busy day here at the Bomas of Kenya because you expect to see a lot of observers now trooping in here. And of course, political party agents as well as diplomats who are expected to come here to now witness the official pronouncements by IEBC. So this area is becoming busier as the time or as the clock ticks. And of course, this is nothing than what is expected because you expect to see now that the attention has now or is slowly now shifting to the National Tallying Center. Remember yesterday all the attention was at the polling centers. Kenyans have spoken now. It is time for the tallying process to be done and thereafter for IEBC to now tell the whole country who managed to do what. And if you're just on social media or if you're watching television or listening to radio, you know that all these spaces are full of numbers. People are very busy tallying and giving out numbers, these numbers, and remember the person who has the final say on this issue is none other than IEBC through the chair Wafula Chebukati or one of his appointed commissioners. And that is going to form our conversation this morning here. I'm joined by our resident analyst, that is Dr. Fred Ogola, who is a public policy analyst and a lecturer at the Strathmore Business School. He has been with us since last week, and we continue our coverage and, of course, our analysis with him. Dr. Fred, asante sana.
Thank you
for being with us this morning. And, of course, next to him is Dr. Churchill Saoke. He's also a public policy analyst. He has been with us and, of course, helping us to straighten things up and to make them simpler and clearer for you to understand. Dr. Churchill as well, asante sana. And I mean, first of all, I must clap for you because you left the station or you left here at almost 2 a.m. And interestingly enough, you were here at 8 in the morning.
Yes. So Ben, it's
so I don't know how many hours of sleep you managed to clock.
It's service to a country.
It is service to a country.
It's service to a country. We need to reach that point where we see the higher calling of serving our nation beyond individual self. Yes.
Very good. Thank you so very much indeed, of course, for that service.
Before we go there, you see, sometimes, even if he left very late, we have the cabin crews here. The guys, the crews, the camera crews. Look at how much, even as he was leaving, they are still parking the cameras.
Yes.
And also Kenyans to get this news. There are so many people working and sacrifice on the background. And it's a very huge sacrifice. So if you give yours, I'm sure you can keep your sleep deficit. You can reap them someday after the elections.
And actually now, talking about that, I mean, we also, there are some heroes and heroines, that we rarely talk about, and those are the IBC officials. I mean, we've been with them here throughout the night. We spent with the whole day with them here. The returning officers at the polling centers, the polling clerks are still there. I mean, all these people.
Someone told us yesterday that since they begin the process, they are with the security, they're not even taking a shower. Because when do you take a shower? When you should be watching the ballot and the ballot boxes. Until you bring Form 34A here, you are not taking a shower.
It's a tremendous amount of...
It's tremendous. It's tremendous.
Giving yourself to the public, I mean, it's quite commendable, but that's what nations are built of, and that is what patriotism is all about. Let's now delve deep into the issue that is at hand. Saoke, so far you know what is happening, you've seen the situation that is on the ground. Are you comfortable with what you are seeing? Are you comfortable with how IEBC has managed to conduct this election?
I think as is now, I would say that it's really impressive how the counting of the votes have been handled. I mean, we haven't really heard of incidences of violence like, in previous elections. There might be spots of it, but, it's not as massive and significant. So we really have to give credit to the agencies that have been involved in the process of the counting. Because you see, as we had indicated yesterday, voting is one process, but even the most important process is the counting and the transmission of that results. The other thing that might be important and I think is significant to be of concern is issues around information management. Because you see, this is now the time when there's a lot of information that is going to go around. And, people are trying to show perceptions on which side is winning, which candidate is winning. Some candidates are declaring themselves winners. And, at individual selves, you really must have control of yourself and restrain your emotions, because you see, in the ultimate end, the results of the election will be declared by the Independent and the Boundaries Commission. So the information management at individual level, at the party level, and even at the political level is very significant, because it holds the stability and the security of the country.
What about Dr. Fred?
Yeah, from my end, I would like to say that if we talk about the issue of judging IBC, you divide it into voting process, educating, informing Kenyans about it, and also trying to do some transparency by opening the portal so that people can do with it what they want. But the only part is, like you said, there's a lot of disinformation we are getting. Like, for example, does it gubernatorial race? Yet the order of tallies, it should be presidential first. Actually, law requires presidential and National Assembly. Others can even wait beyond the 7 days requirement. How comes people have declared themselves to have won a governor seat, yet we have not even reached this level? And then secondly, people congratulating themselves, like, I've won. I have sat for exam, I have marked, and I have an A. It's a typical Kenyan behavior whereby all parents are A-class holders. They tell their kids, me, I got an A. But where is the certificate? So I'm saying there's a lot of disinformation going on, and I like what IBC said. The results will be stated by the IEBC. And you have also insisted that if you are telling any results, they are for your personal consumption. Don't feed people with this information, because you're misinforming people and taking advantage of the information asymmetry which is taking place. Let's remain calm. If you sit for exam, wait for exam to be marked by the examination council, which is now IEBC.
In this case.
If you are the constituents, by voting, you are the one who answers the question, because you are being asked, whom do you nominate as your president, senator, governor, and you ticked a name. So wait for IBC to mark. For us as analysts, we shall just give you the information which we believe is accurate. Media will inform you when necessary, but please wait for the official information from IBC. But also something which is also quite interesting is that kids are not in school. You know, those are some things we are looking at also, which you cannot ignore. There are some things which are not moving. Everybody is waiting. I was even seeing somebody driving a car while looking at IBC portal. You'll cause an accident. IBC, you drive a car, take your passenger where you're taking them. You cannot be driving a matatu while watching the IBC portal as a driver. I saw this on Gongo. Very unfortunate. So I'm asking Kenyans, do your work. Do you know people talk about cost of living? If you spend these 24 hours on IBC portal, IBC will earn a salary for it. They are being paid for it. Who is paying you for it? Then you say cost of living. So I'm just telling Kenyans, they spend on poverty. And this is the time we are spending on poverty by checking IB portal, somebody's Twitter handle, somebody's Facebook update, somebody's TikTok message, videos are circulating. You spend your time watching those things, you're just spending time on bundle, you're spending your money on bundle, you're not earning money. Kenyans, do your work, let IBC do their work, let's have faith on our institutions and trust. I'm sure you will get a result.
You're bringing a very interesting concept, because I mean, when I was driving here, one may imagine that we are on holiday, because you know the shops are closed, there are no people in the streets, the markets are not open, yet today is supposed to be a working day. You know, how did we end up here?
So, Brett, I would say that it is. It's a tight balance, because on the one side, on the positive side, it portrays the significance of the election to the people of Kenya. And that somehow shows that, you know what, whoever wins an election, it gives them some legitimacy. You know, because you see the presence, usually when you look at the concept of statehood, the state always wants to feel its presence to be felt. And if, for example, during this kind of period, people are taking off, the state feels that they are in existence. Now that is on the positive side. On the worst side is that, and when you now compare with other advanced countries, you know, where the concept of statehood is not so much entrenched, people do their businesses. Everything goes on as usual, you know, and you know, whether the elections are declared at what time, it's never their business. So we haven't reached that stage yet. Maybe at some point we will reach. And also on the other bad side is, what really could be triggering this kind of fear? Is it the fear of possibilities of people getting out into the streets either because of excitement or because of dissatisfaction? You know, when you look,
is it fear or nervousness?
By the way, Obran, before he goes on, I disagree a little bit with you there. When you tell us that this shows good thing that people are excited, and we just had a conversation as we were walking in here with you, and you told me that even those who didn't vote are anxious. The turnout in this election is very low. Why do we forgive Kenyans who are now ready to look for results,
but of course you cannot say it's quite low, because do you have any numbers to support your argument?
No, but of course IBC gave an update that by 4 p.m. last time they were doing 56.2%.
But that was 4 p.m. yesterday.
Yes.
Yeah, you don't know how the situation
by
changed.
1 hour we could project to do 60, 65 maximum. The last election, the opinion poll shows it was supposed to be 75 and above, and it can't reach there. And I'm trying to say, if at all Kenyans take election seriously, they were supposed to turn out 100% and vote.
So, but of course, between me and you, I mean, we know for sure there is no way we can be 100%. There can be 100% turnout.
And then the issue, the other indicator is, where are the people now? They are not on their roads, but they are on their phones.
Yes, watching the post.
Watching. That tells you the level of interest. That tells you the level of interest. So, it is something that is either positive, because when people have interest in the leaders who are coming, whether they voted or not, it is positive, because it will show an affirmation of legitimization of the government that comes in place positively.
But sir, okay, I mean, help us understand this. Why are so many Kenyans still at home? Why haven't they gone to work? Why haven't they opened businesses?
Now
do they have any valid reason?
Now that is now what we need to interrogate. Is it
because the government gave a circular?
Just hold on.
Yes, they gave a circular.
Let him execute his argument.
Is it because
you're coming back to you?
Is it because of fear?
Fear for what?
Is it because of fear that, maybe if these results, the delay of these results, by the time they are relayed, there's likely to be, violence due to either excitement or dissatisfaction, or what will be the other reason? For me, I think that is one of the main reasons. And, for example, if you open your business and Ogolla is declared winners, what is going to be the reaction of the people? What is going to be the impact of this in my business? So it's somehow that fear
but
that
look
is
at it this way. The government gave it a gazette notice that they are given a holiday for kids to return to school today. And according to the gazette notice, if they were to extend it, they were to communicate. Today I called the school to ask whether my son should go to school. And they told me they're still waiting. They're waiting for what? So your question is, why are they not going to work? But forgive Kenyans, we have experiences of this. And I think past experiences, we are not following the law, we are following past experiences.
And experience is always and history, teacher. Of course.
Yes.
And history is experience is a good teacher.
Yes.
and of course, I mean, we know for sure that history has not also been very kind to us.
Yes.
And but of course, history is a good reference point, but not a good place for you to live.
Yes.
So how do we overcome that and get to know that? I mean, I walk to the polling center, I cast my ballots. The next thing is for me to go back to work, continue with the activities of nation building.
Yeah.
This is not happening to us. And by the way, the Ministry of Education has issued a statement saying that schools are supposed to be opened on Monday.
Next week?
Yeah, that is on 15th. There is a press release actually sent by the Ministry of Education, whereby they are saying the reopening of all basic education institutions has been pushed to Monday, 15th of August. So today is Wednesday.
Yeah.
Tomorrow is Thursday. Then we have Friday. Okay. So kids are going back to school on Monday.
Yeah.
Aren't we also concerned that our students are suffering and they are losing a lot of time, a lot of school time?
I want to give you an analogy of maybe the school system.
Yeah.
When a student at whichever cadre does his or her exams, he submits the paper. That is the point when she interacts with that paper. He leaves if she has finished exams. She leaves and goes home. It waits for the results. They'll go out with their businesses.
Yeah.
The reason why that happens is because they have faith in the process of processing his or her results. Now, when we will reach that point where the people of Kenya will have faith and confidence in the process of the election, it is at that time when people will vote and go back to their work. But until that time is reached, when there is still some level of suspicion, it is likely not to be there.
So how do we get there?
The faith in institutions. The institutions must deliver.
How did we lose our faith in our institutions?
Look, did you remember a time when, I don't want to mention names here, a politician said, vote but don't go home. Wait and protect your vote. So actually, O'Brien, we have actually transformed. We have actually progressed. Because this time no one was waiting for his vote in the polling station.
We were waiting for them at home.
Yeah, because now I was wondering, now if you vote and you stay outside the polling station, how are you protecting your vote? Because somebody can take a photo and send to Nairobi, and it's tallied. When you are seated at the gate there, the thing has gone to Nairobi, tallying center. So can you imagine how much ignorance we've moved from when you are being told vote and then don't leave the polling station, stay there. And people did it.
Should we then be telling people vote and go to work or go home?
I think this should be the let me give you an example in Spain. When I was there, students used to take permission from us for 1 hour to walk to a polling center, vote, and come back to class. And even you could take 1 hour, 2 hours from work, go vote and come back. For us in Kenya, we believe that now, you know, our politicians, they have been working throughout campaigning, wasting our time in rallies. Do you know how many rallies they have had with us? Where you are just in rallies, all those entertainment. Now, they have already finished, they are resting because actually now they are very tired, fatigued. For us now, we are still resting, but they have spent a lot of time in campaigns. So if we can just look at the amount of time we spend on things we don't have to spend our time on, it's called time management, then we could actually be able to progress. Give Kenyans the cost-benefit analysis of this behavior, then Kenyans will understand.
But who would do that?
You, the media, O'Brien. You need to lead us. The media is called the fourth estate because we have 3 estates. One, the first estate is public sector. Then private sector is the second estate. Civil society, the third estate. And the watchdog is the media, the fourth estate. So you need to tell Kenyans that their role is nowhere in this. Everyone has a tallying center. Everybody has a tallying center. Somebody has bought a notebook to tally the elections, which no one will ask them for results. I think that people need to connect how our poverty levels are with how we spend our time. And I think this is where we need to move from.
And then, in addition to that, there is the significance of institutions building a culture of trust on the people, where whatever you do, you see, like, for example, the media, people trust the media. And that's why, for example, you see this disinformation, you know, others are glued to the media, others are glued to certain media personalities. It is because of the level of trust that they have. And this thing does not come it does not come all of a sudden. It's something that has to be cultured over time. So the institutions that are dealing with the electoral process must build this culture. And I think because we are in a democracy that is progressing, it should be part and parcel of that. Soon, at one point, we will reach points where people will have built that faith, that, you know what, I know my faith, my vote is going to count, so why should I go, you know, why should I go wait to watch on the media?
There's something that, Dr. was raising, you know, and I'm also pondering about these, because A lot of people are giving numbers. I scored this, the ABCD scored that. What is the relevance of these numbers? Because ultimately, I mean, it is IEBC that has the final say. So, okay. Are you also tallying your numbers?
Yes,
where are you taking your numbers?
I'm an independent observer. There are many reasons. And one of them is to influence the outcome. Usually that is the interest of any politician.
Influence?
To influence the outcome.
Are you trying to tell me that the numbers that we are all tallying are going to influence the outcome?
No, it will not. But it is the desire of every politician.
But of course we know it will not happen.
It will not happen.
So is this an exercise in futility?
It could be an exercise in futility from a research perspective. It could or could not be. But I'm just looking at it from theoretically. If I am a politician, my desire is to get to a given position that I vied for. So any possibilities that will make me reach there, including influencing public opinion to create pressure on the decision makers, whether you can authenticate that with materials of elections or not is something else. The other thing is
but IBC, I mean, as the final agent, I mean, it's not influenced by your feelings, by your emotions.
They are the final.
Or by your faith.
So they're just trying to do that. They're just trying to do that. Because you see, remember, where IBC is now, they're getting a lot of pressure from all directions. And all those pressures are part of, these declarations are part of those pressures. So theirs is now to buffer themselves and say that, you know what, all those things you're saying are yours. But what is right is this, okay? So that is now where they are now. The second thing I want to mention on that is, some of them do this for purposes of face saving and managing their supporters.
Yeah. That's the main thing.
It's very important. Managing their supporters. Because, people are anxious. And I'm sure
what about those who are giving erroneous figures? Are you managing their supporters, honestly?
Yes, because you see, no one wants to be shown to have lost.
Yes.
So all those who voted you need to show them that you won, but you unfairly treated and you lost. Unfairly. Yeah. It helps when, that's what called numbers.
So isn't that now setting ground for chaos?
Yes, because that's what happens. Ego.
So then I'm then forced to pose this other question then. Is it proper now for IEBC or the authorities to give people the leeway to tally their numbers?
No,
because they are going to create tension.
The law requires now you ask me, how do we stop them from doing this, isn't it? Now, if the law is clear, you were reading the laws of the offenses, election offenses. We read 7 of them. If we add the 8th one, that anybody will be found misinforming the public with numbers which are not official is committing a law offense, isn't it? Punishable by XYZ. And you get people punished, and then we can get the sources from social media and justify you realize people change. Because human beings are about the carrot and the stick. But here, if you give people what you call freedom of speech, you can tweet anything, you can Facebook anything, you can even declare that you have won an election which you have not counted. But you know what's amazing about this, by the way, Obran? Is that they're using IBC sources to be able to reach their figures, and they are disagreeing with IBC. This is what's amazing. Because who conducted the elections? Where are you getting your tallies from? Did you have your voting polling station to generate these figures? Figures came from IBC's polling stations and centers. So as far as I'm concerned, let me now just demystify this. As far as I'm concerned for now, there is no tallying that has happened. IBC has not tallied even one single form. You just said here that this is going to become the epicenter very soon. The polling officers, presiding officers returning officers will start coming here with the forms. That's when the official tallies will begin. The issue of sending forms in the portal of IBC is allowed. Before they used to send a form and a text. Then you could pick the text and tally the text. But now, can you imagine all those forms, which are over 49,000 forms, I'm being told that Citizen has tallied only 5,000 of them taking.
To mention other media houses here, because these are different platforms.
Yeah, so I'm here.
But I get what you're saying.
If other media houses have tallied, some of them taking only 5,000 forms in 8 hours, how long will it take these people giving us the so-called the national tally to do this, and where are they getting the census from? Downloading that form, taking each of them, telling them, you can count per minute how it takes you, and
celebrations based on the numbers they have gotten. But remember, these are not official numbers. The official numbers are from IEBC. So if you come out and then you tell these people, hey, look here, forget about everything else that you are told. This is the position, and the position here does not tally with your expectations.
And also, remember,
how do you deal with that kind of person?
Before I answer that question, remember, even IB said that the percentage turnout they're talking about are the ones who use the KIMS kit. They are outside the manual register. So we don't even know the turnout and the manual system of voting. What if it goes to 80% and you discover that the people who voted for example, look at the US election. Trump declared himself winning very early, but Joe Biden knew that people both using male voters. A higher percentage of his voters were male voters. So in the beginning, Trump seemed to be leading, but as male votes were coming, that leads were being swept away now and then, and eventually Joe Biden won. So, as you said it, let's be patient, but now, look at this. Kenyans, what you need to do, look at the character of these kind of leaders who are declaring themselves winning too early when it is not possible actually to reach any results. It's not logical. That is misinformation. Secondly, you cannot have a candidate who gives up so early, because what is happening is that these guys are under pressure. They are with agents on the ground there, and you have to feed them. I'm a politician. You have to keep, money should be moving anytime money is leaving your pocket. So if you say, mimi nimeshindwa, I've been bitten, then now you can be given sympathy that money can start moving. So they're under pressure of some kind. But I think I wanted to add something when you ask about what's our feeling.